is way more important than what did a comedian intend for a joke to be, because who cares what a comedian intended. Comedians always intend to be funny, and if that's all that mattered, comedians would never bomb. But we have to look at why audiences would find a joke funny, and that's where it comes into. So if a incredibly transphobic audience, if all the transphobes are finding a joke hilarious and they absolutely love it, but very few trans people are finding that same joke funny, I don't think it's a good defense to say, well, it was just a joke and he didn't mean for it to be transphobic. I think that's so wrong as to be incorrect. It's hard to be incorrect when we're talking about subjective things like comedy, but I think that's an incorrect, or at least a very, very flawed way of analyzing comedy and analyzing jokes. And like I said, I want to kill comedy. I hate laughter, and that's why I'm talking about analyzing jokes.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with almost all of that.
I guess jumping to me, I would echo everything that you said, and for me, when I looked at the Dave Chappelle special, what I was surprised by is how much of an essay it really is. It's not just a bunch of jokes; it really is. He's making a point with his essay, and I think within that discussion that he brings up, he has some actually interesting points that I think are worth discussing about how we often frame white folks and whiteness at the center of different conversations when it involves like trans issues, gay issues, feminism. And I think he makes some great points in that and talks about those issues. But I think what he misses quite often, especially when he starts getting into trans issues, is the intersectionality of it, to use the boogeyman word that so many oh god, I said intersectional. But he just sort of talks to the gay community as if it's a monolithic white community, instead of recognizing that there are black folks in the LGBTQ community. The LGBTQ community has vice versa, that trans folks are often ourselves marginalized within the LGBTQ community regardless of our skin color, things like that. And so he constantly frames it in that way, and he frames it in a very antagonistic way where it's one community versus the other, and sort of continually frames it that way. And so I feel like there is a larger discussion that's missed as we sort of bring the special into the mainstream, where it's like Dave's special transphobic, Dave's special transphobic, Dave's special not transphobic at all. And it just gets reduced to those things. And I think there's a lot of nuance to discuss where he got things right, where he got things wrong. But within that, I think there's also an even larger conversation about where he is directing his jokes and using his platform, especially when it comes to trans people. And especially when we talk about like how this, as you were saying, Jangles, about how like who finds it funny, who's going to be using it to support their own sort of agendas and discussions, and just reduce it to, hey, it was just a joke, misses how often these jokes reveal a lot about how people are oppressed or people are joked at. Like a lot of the things that Dave Chappelle said in the joke that were transgender jokes, while new to some people, are things that I hear every single day that are directed at me as hate speech towards trans people. And there's worth in discussing how that sometimes is normalized, and I think Dave Chappelle in some areas does talk about how that is... He directs it in a way that is positive and helpful towards trans people. In other ways, he directs it towards ways that support TERFs, which are dogmatic hate group. And then, just to wrap this out, because I'm already ranting for too long, is there's another part of the discussion to talk about the reaction to it, not only by people watching the special, but also Netflix. Because speaking of the worker walkout today, which I think is even more, in some ways, more important than the special itself. So.
All right. Well, both of you made excellent points, and I get to. I am a cis male, so I'm going to put my foot in my mouth probably at least once when discussing issues of being trans and things of that nature. But I am black. You don't need to adjust your color settings. So I think something that I've even had some trouble stressing to people all over, both in black community and white community, when arguing about this, is that, yeah, he sort of collectively referred to the entire LGBTQ plus community as this white mob that's responsible for anti-blackness, and I think that glosses over some of the nuance of the fact that, for me, one of my big focuses for liberation and rights for LGBTQ people is that black trans women are a very oppressed minority in this country. The rates at which they are murdered in this country is positively horrifying. And so that is something that a comedian has the opportunity to call out. That's something that he has a massive platform. He is the highest paid comedian with having specials on Netflix right now. He pretty much has carte blanche to do and say whatever he wants. They've made it very clear to him that he can have another $21 million payout comedy special whenever he wants. It's in his contract. He can go tomorrow and drop another comedy special. And I think normally someone in his position, I would say, would be in a great position to call attention to real issues through comedy, because Dave Chappelle, someone had mentioned that it felt more like a video essay. A lot of his last few specials have been in that fashion. I'm old enough to remember when he got out of show business for a while after his show, which was one of the most popular in the country, went off the air, and I know that he did some soul searching during that time. I remember when he got back into stand-up comedy, and it was lauded. He had gotten very fit, incidentally, absolutely jacked. It was crazy, and he had also gotten a lot calmer. He was not doing so much of his absurdist humor as he had used to do. He was now taking the time to tell you what many would consider odd or seemingly irrelevant stories about things. One of his specials, like, I shit you not, he goes on a long monologue about this pimp and about sex workers. But by the end of it, you realize that he's actually telling you something worthwhile. All the while teaching you about this book he read about this retired pimp and about the system of sex workers in low-income communities. And it wasn't really what you would call a joke-heavy format. It wasn't just rapid-fire gut-buster punchlines. Instead, he was setting up very long, dramatic irony sessions through the storytelling. And I think, having dabbled in stand-up comedy myself, I used to do quite a few open mic nights, and I was a writing partner with a friend of mine named Bruce Leonard, who works in Las Vegas now as a comedian full-time. You really can use that as a calling, because comedians have this magical ability to take their problems and make fun of them. And in doing that, they digest these problems for an audience to bring to their attention as well. And when done right, it's beautiful when you see somebody actually use that opportunity. So now that brings us to the content of the actual special. What we run into with Dave Chappelle is we are talking about an individual who I fear leans socially conservative. He is from my native state and where I'm broadcasting from right now, Ohio. And he's from rural Ohio. He's from Yellow Springs. For anyone who doesn't know anything about Yellow Springs, it is 80% farmlands. Okay, it's outside of a town called Xenia, which, if you're indie film fan like me, you might remember a movie called Gummo from back in the day about a town that was never the same after a tornado swept through it. That's Xenia, Ohio. That's what was portrayed in that movie. It's a very kooky place. And parts of Xenia and where he lives are actually one of the rare enclaves of black residents in a rural area, whereas normally you see black communities heavily situated around cities. Yellow Springs has a lot of black residents. And so we have someone who in his later years is coming to terms with his, frankly, socially conservative attitudes. And I think what's happening is that many of the systemic issues that lead to things like transphobia, that lead to things like sexism and institutional racism are coming out with that. And it's honestly, it really is disappointing, because, Dave Chappelle is considered such a comics comic. He's beloved by other comedians and considered to be a master of his craft. And uses that platform to take pot shots and punch down. And that is what he's doing, is punching down. I've heard people say, oh, he says he's not punching down. I'm like, really? I don't hear. He said he punches at everyone. I've never heard him go on a tirade against straight people or cis people or anything along those lines. And so you can be someone who's edgy. You can be someone who's shocking. Lord knows I'm edgy enough, and I used to tell pretty edgy jokes, but never centered my rhetoric. And the difference between someone who's just being edgy to chase controversy versus someone who's being edgy to get their point across is that it's ultimately who is the target of your jokes. That's why I think a comparison is, I don't know, I know at least one other person on the panel said they watch a fair amount of comedy. I don't know how much you all watch. It might be controversial, but I stand behind my love of Jim Norton. Very, very edgy comedian. If you're not familiar with Jim Norton, very, very crude. And I honestly, I don't know if this is offensive or not, but I liked what he said. He said everybody calls themselves a trans ally, but they make fun of me for the jokes I make while calling themselves trans allies. He's like, how many of you fuck trans women, all the while calling yourselves trans allies? He's like, I fuck trans women. What's your excuse? And so I think you can make what we could agree is a fairly bit of edgy blue humor, but also call attention to things like, shallow allyship and things like that.
Performativeness.
Yes,
yeah,
very
and
performative.
I should qualify this too, because I have been a monstrous fan of Chappelle since the Killing Them Softly days. And,
Oh yeah.
I used to just gobble up his early specials. And what I thought he was always so brilliant at doing was taking you down these long stories like you were describing, Car, and then I would never know where they were going. And by the end, I totally forgot that I was watching comedy because I was so engrossed in what he was talking about. And then all of a sudden there was this punchline that would come out of nowhere, and it would be so salient, and it would really be something that would just transform my thoughts on an idea or something like that. I would be, wow, that's incredible. I'm blown away. And what just kind of broke my heart by the first or second special was that he did that again, and it was his first kind of routine about trans people. And the punchline at the end was about how a coworker pulled her dick out and threw it on the table, but that was it, right? But that was the punchline, and then there was nothing else to it. And that's why I felt so disappointed by him, because it was like the brilliance of what he used to do is that at the end you would twist the whole thing on its head, whereas now it just feels like you're going for this really gross kind of like low tier, I don't know, like dad joke, right? Where that's kind of what started me being like, what is happening here in the art of them? But I guess I should ask a question to the panel. Can you joke about anything?
Oh, absolutely. I think you can joke about anything if you're skilled enough, but that's the part people kind of forget. It's hard to be funny. It's much harder. The more you violate a norm, the further you step outside the lines of social acceptability, the harder it is to make that joke funny. Now the payoff is there. If you can drag an audience kicking and screaming into very, very uncomfortable territory and bring them out the other side to laugh, you'll be a legend. If you think about who are like the three greatest stand-ups of all time, we got Richard Pryor, we have Lenny Bruce, we have George Carlin. All of them were incredibly offensive and edgy at the time, but what they were really skilled at doing is pulling these audiences along with them, which is very hard to do. It's very easy to be offensive. Get up on a stage, yell a slur like what's his name from Seinfeld? Who did that? Just yell.
Michael
a slur.
Richards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll offend everybody, and if that's your job as a comedian to offend everybody, easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. So you can joke about anything. It's always about like, well, who's going to find it funny? How can you make them find that funny? And a lot of lazy offensive humor comes from like the meta commentary, the meta context around where the joke is being told. Like you'll see a lot of like, in my opinion, very lazy stand-ups. They'll like preempt a joke with, man, this is really gonna piss off X group, so I'm gonna tell it anyway. So you cannot divorce comedy from the norms in which it is set. All right, comedy is always placed in a time and place. That's why it doesn't age or travel very well. It has to be like there has to be firm social norms set up. That's also why the setup of a joke is more important than what the punchline is, because that's where you establish the norms that you're then going to violate. And if you establish something as like, if the meta joke is this is going to piss off a group of people, it's kind of easy to see how, well, which group of people is this going to piss off, and is that why you're going to find it funny? You'll see a lot of like the Chappelle special defenders saying like, well, I love it when people are offended. That makes the joke even better for me. Or I think it's hilarious when a group of people gets offended. That's the real joke. The actual content of the joke itself doesn't matter so much as the fact that, oh, I can picture this offending somebody. And we on the left do it too. How many of us follow like the Coping MAGA account? We love the idea of like some like a MAGA person just getting really, really pissed off and angry over something.
Oh
But
yeah.
let's will admit it's because we don't like them. All right, so we're not gonna like go back. Oh no, I love conservatives. I just think it's funny when they get offended. I don't think we're gonna do that. So, yeah, comedy is always situated in a time and place and context, and it's important to recognize like where the social context, where the social norms are being drawn, and what stereotypes are using like to make them. Like you can use stereotypes in your jokes all you want, but when it makes for bad comedy, if you have to agree with the stereotype in order to make it funny, because people are gonna see where the joke is coming, and if you're like that's like the hard part of like if you're not a member of a marginalized community making jokes about them, because like you're probably not going to have the knowledge, you're going to be ignorant on a lot of these topics, and so like the setup, the norms that you're making the joke within are going to make sense to an audience that is ignorant, but they're not going to make sense to an audience that is more familiar with these topics, as was the case when he set up like the J.K. Rowling stuff. If you were familiar with what that letter said, you don't have to be like offended or even a trans ally. If you just know what the letter said, the premise was wrong. That's not what she said. That's not what she meant. So you can't get on board with the joke, and that's beyond even being just offended. So yeah, I think it's really interesting to look at the context behind jokes and why people find it funny. Like I said earlier.
Yeah, I agree
Mhm.
with everything you said there, and I think like for me, I think anything is open to be made fun of. Like the one of the things that I constantly got is like a comment from a lot of people who are very much against the video that I did on Dave Chappelle was like, "Oh, you just don't want anyone to. How dare anyone make a joke about trans people? We can't ever make jokes about trans people." I think trans people are funny. I think we're ridiculous and strange and weird and in many different ways. And I think even like Dave Chappelle made some funny jokes within the actual special that I actually laughed at. Like there's one joke where he said like they're after you, and he said, "Oh, one day or many days," and I actually thought that was very very funny, and it got a chuckle on me as I was watching it. So I think there's like funny stuff to be had to like make fun of trans people or just all that sort of stuff. The question that I ultimately have, and as someone was talking about earlier, is like what's the ultimate thought of the joke? What's the ultimate thing you're supposed to take away from the joke? What's the call to action or sort of takeaway from it? And I think sometimes in the special, he actually does do that well when it comes to trans people. Like there's I think he actually does a decent joke where he talks about trans people being in the bathroom, and he says like, I'd rather have like a guy, a trans guy come up with a vagina next to me in the urinal with a vagina, rather than like a trans woman with a penis next to me, and a meaty penis, as he said. So like that, and the ultimate, like he said some things that were not like, oh, transgender stamp of approval, you said it exactly the right way in non-dehumanizing ways to trans people, but the ultimate like part of the joke was to come across like trans people should be able to use the bathroom that they align with. And like I think that there was jokes and there was humor in there. There was jokes that were relatable to people who don't know trans people. Like if I said that in a trans space, I would get tossed out of the room. But in a room full of cis people who don't have a lot of exposure to trans people, that type of joke is actually very helpful because it relates to how they sometimes speak and think about trans people, but then ultimately gets them to a point where it's like, oh, this is accepting of trans people. And so I think how you target the joke and what the call to action is ultimately important. And so what's frustrating about the special is while he does have those brief snippets of moments where I think the jokes are targeted in a way that are ultimately beneficial, punching up, even if the language is not perfect, but it is relatable to people talking about trans issues who may not have experience with trans issues. His ultimate goal with the special seems to be to set up an antagonistic relationship where he is the victim and trans people are the victimizers, and also to set up the LGBTQ community as a whole, which he says like trans people are at the head of, which again, we talk about how trans people are often pushed out of the LGBTQ community by TERFs themselves, often self-identify as lesbians, or quite often the time self-identify lesbians trying to push trans people out of the LGBTQ community. He sets up that antagonistic relationship between the LGBTQ community and the Black community and the feminist community, and just sets them up as like separate entities all fighting each other, instead of like how these are very complex conversations both within communities, between communities, how we ally with each other, how we work with each other, how a lot of our struggles are very similar in many ways and how they're separate in many ways. But he doesn't get any of that nuance. Instead, he just frames himself as the victim and sets up this antagonistic relationship. And I think one of the ways he does that rhetorically, which I didn't really talk about in my video because it felt very much like my trans friend, but it was actually one of his it was his least logically based argument and probably his worst argument, but his most rhetorically beneficial argument was when he said, I have a trans friend who died because she was bullied by the trans community. And like, even if we take away the actual context of it, because there's a whole lot of discussion we could have about his the trans comedian who committed suicide. A lot of discussion about how that was used. But even if we just take it on its face, it's this way to sort of frame like, oh, look at the trans community just bullied this woman into killing herself. When I could literally say the same exact thing about like on my Dave Chappelle video, I had people sending me messages that I should go kill myself. Like I should go die. I literally have those messages. I have those saved. I could show them to you if you wanted to. And so, like, I don't feel like that's an effective argument in terms of like I could point to any insane people on any discussion and figure that out. But I think the ultimate goal is like he sets this up to frame trans people as both ideologically incorrect and trying to attack and harm him and black people just in general. As well as on an individual level, just being able to cause harm and cause a woman to kill herself. And so I think the ultimate takeaway from his special was very instigatory against the transgender community specifically. And I think that's the biggest thing to talk about is like the takeaway from it. The end goal of this essay essentially was an antagonistic one towards the trans community. And that's what I found to be particularly upsetting from the special as a whole.
Yeah, and to go back to the original question, everyone's made really great points. You asked, can you joke about anything? And I absolutely believe so. I used to obsess a great deal over stand-up comedy. There was one point, probably 5 years into when Netflix first started doing like streaming proper, that I ran out of things to watch because I had watched every comedy special they had on Netflix. And so I think that, yeah, you can make a joke about anything. I want to say some years back at an award, it was Secret Policeman's Ball for Amnesty International, actually. And it was Russell Brand. And I'll be damned if Russell Brand didn't go up and do a bit about human trafficking and find a way to crack wise about human trafficking, but still get the point across that it's a horrible thing. And, you know, and successfully pull it off where saying, yeah, no, this is something we should absolutely care about, and it's fucking detestable, and you should contribute to organizations that are trying to stop it. Now, I don't know if we like Russell Brand or not. Frankly, he's just gone too many months unwashed for me to care for him at this point. But you know, I see him going David Carradine route, like he's going full hippie at this point, and
he's kind of doing a really big anti-vax light right now on YouTube.
Oh no!
On a total side note, but I mean, your point remains the fact that he was capable of finding humor in something that otherwise would be considered absolutely horrifying, right? Like genocide, you know, human trafficking, things like that. Not fertile grounds for comedy. I guess my bigger question would be like, at what point does it cross over from being comedy into just hate speech? Like, at what degree can, like, you can label yourself as a comedian, but just like Jingle said, if you're just going on an open mic night and then just calling people the N-word, right? Like, are you actually doing comedy at that point, or are you just trying to use comedy as a veil to mask what you actually want to talk about, but it's just not socially acceptable to do so?
You know, I think there's a line.
Oh, go ahead. I'm out of turn. Go ahead.
It's okay. I don't think there's a line between hate speech and comedy. I think they can encapsulate each other really, really, really easily. I mean, comedy is speech. You're conveying information. Now, yeah, the premise of comedy, especially if you're in like an environment like a comedy club or in the environment where you're watching a special, yeah, you're gonna like broaden your scope of what is considered acceptable. That's part of like the agreement we make with comedians. They do get a little bit more leeway to talk about more stuff, but that doesn't mean that you can't endorse hate. Like, you can't use hate speech in the form of a joke. These are not mutually exclusive. Like, if you think about how the alt-right gains a lot of power, a lot of it's through memes. A lot of it is like viewing this, like that's where Stone Toss shines, for lack of a better word. He'll introduce all these concepts, but it's a joke. So hey, it's just a joke. But what's the premise of the joke? What is the punchline of the joke? How will you find this joke funny? And so, like, you can couch a lot of that. Now, there is a lot, believe it or not, there are more killjoys like me in the world who actually study science, who scientifically study comedy and humor theory. wonderful group of people. I'm sure you want them at parties just like me. It's going to shock you when I tell you about this. All right, people who find sexist or racist jokes funny tend to be more permissive of sexism and racism. That's what we needed science to tell us.
Mind blown.
Interesting.
Mind
Yeah.
blown. Isn't that incredible? Thank you,
I
science.
never would have thought that. Never would have thought that.
I know. Yeah, and it's not just like in an abstract sense either. Like there have been studies that show like if you are more permissible of like sexist jokes in the workplace, you're also going to be more resistant to the idea that sexist discrimination exists in your workplace because you see it as permissible. That's what comedy does. That's why it can do good things and bad things. It broadens what we consider permissible to talk about. You can use that for good. You can talk about like the hypocrisies of society. Like Lenny Bruce, before the civil rights movement, was talked about how hypocritical it was for like self-satisfied white liberals to like invite like one black person to their party, and that means they're no longer racist. He talked about those hypocrisies. Like George Carlin had an entire like Supreme Court decision that came down on one of his sets about like the 7 words you can't say on television. This shit can be incredibly important in good ways, but it can also be like, well, you know, people get mad at you if you make transphobic or homophobic jokes like we used to be able to do. So, hey, everybody, we're going to do it again. It's going to piss them off. And isn't that hilarious? And what is the audience for that joke? What is the intended message behind it? So, yeah, you can absolutely, like, that's the double-edged sword of comedy. You can use that extra permissibility for what you talk about to like push forward causes, to push forward really, really awesome messages. Jessie brought this up. There was like a transphobic defense of trans people being able to use the bathroom. That was like a transphobic defense. I thought that was a really good joke because it was couched in, hey, if you're not on board with trans people, here's a reason why you might like it. It was really similar to a few years ago. It was like, hey, a lot of you don't like the idea of gay people having sex, right? That grosses you out. Well, if you don't want 2 people to have sex, marry them. They'll never have sex again. Like, yeah, it's an old joke now, but that was a decent like homophobic argument for gay marriage, and that's where comedians can use a lot of that ignorance of the audience to their advantage to push awesome messages. But it's very easy to fall back into, well, if it offends people, and I don't really think those people are all that, you know, they don't really deserve what they have anyway. You can fall back onto those territories and absolutely should be called out like any other form of speech.
Yeah. I think you kind of said a lot of the stuff that I was going to say. I just would reiterate like the point about like I think it really just comes down to where the joke is ultimately being targeted, what's actually being said. I think there's a lot of value, honestly, in having folks use the rhetoric or at least the veneer or the aesthetic of sometimes more overt transphobia or even probably more casual transphobia, relatable transphobia to a casual everyday audience like that hasn't been exposed to trans people. Use that language, that aesthetic, in order to bring them along to a point where they will become more accepting of trans people, or at least understand the issue in a way that is comprehensible to them. Like I keep going back to the bathroom joke because I actually think it was very good. It's like he talks about a trans woman having a meaty penis and like big hands or whatever, and it's like that's very dehumanizing language about trans people that is often used in very just transphobic spaces and language, but it's also somewhat normalized in discourse around trans people in just like rural areas, conservative areas that don't have a lot of exposure to trans people, even people who are, I think, like often we tend to forget how often transphobia is somewhat normalized in spaces even where people wish to be accepting of trans people. It's like, yeah, I like trans people, or trans people are fine, do whatever, but I don't understand there's like people with like whatever, like big hands, or the chicks with dicks, that sort of stuff. And so to use that language that is sort of like what we would consider in like, our privileged little leftist bubbles to be, transphobic, we could use that language in order to try and push people in the direction that we want to. Because, coming across as someone like, you can't say this, you can't say this, you can't say this, is what many people use against the trans community. Is like, oh, you're policing my language, you're policing this stuff. And a lot of trans people aren't doing that necessarily. But to have someone like Dave Chappelle outside of that sort of paradigm. Like even me, I try to come across as someone who's like, hey, I'm here to be welcoming, not going to judge anyone, but just by the mere fact that I'm a trans woman will automatically put people at an antagonistic odds with me when they come into a video or discussion that I'm having, even if I'm trying my best to sort of try and bring everyone in. Like just my identity is automatically going to frame it antagonistically. So having someone like Dave Chappelle come in and be like, hey, I'll use this language that's relatable to you to then bring you along to here, I think is very, very helpful. I just think at the end of the day, he did not do that in terms of his entire thesis of his, to use that term, like I do think it's just an essay with a thesis, and his ultimate thesis is the trans community is not open to jokes and they are pushing down Black people, and yeah, we should accept them, but like they're the ones that have kind of overblown this. That's like his ultimate thesis, and it's like that's setting up in a very antagonistic way. And so I think that ultimately he did not use that relatability in a way that was punching up, but as you said, punching down. So
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. And I would say, you know,
all need to stop agreeing. You're not giving me the spice I need for this panel. Come on,
Well,
start throwing.
oh, you're wrong.
throwing
Everything you're about to say is
We'll-
wrong.
we'll-
I hate it.
Every single person follows the person afterwards. Like, I agree with every salient point you just made. You were articulate and perfect in your delivery. Thank you so
Yep.
much. All right.
give it enough time. I'll start race baiting here soon, and then we'll
Good.
we'll start getting our knives out. So I think, you know, thinking about can there be bigotry or reactionary language within comedy? Yeah, they can be within each other. I mean, as Jangles said, comedy is just using language or settings. Stand-up comedy is using language to make people laugh, to create humor. So if that language includes bigotry or reactionary rhetoric, then yeah, it can be comedy. Can it be used for good? Sure. There's obvious examples, like it's when we talk about some of your right-winger types, like you talk about like your prepper and your militia types, these big chunky dudes wearing plate carriers and AR-15s, and we call them the gravy seals, for instance. You know, we're delving into a little bit of body shaming to poke fun at some people who are absolutely ridiculous. What you can do, and it's great that Lenny Bruce was brought up, a big favorite of mine, which kind of destroys the whole cancel culture idea. When in the 50s we had a comedian who was getting arrested for telling jokes, literally getting pulled off stage by cops, and now we consider canceling getting paid $21 million for a comedy special.
I've been canceled again.
I say it on Twitter all the time. Please cancel me. Oh my God, please cancel me. I could use the subscriber bump. Jesus Christ. Please.
Everyone watching, go cancel Carr. Go
Please.
subscribe to his
Go-
YouTube.
go-
That's what cancel culture is. Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you canceled?
Yeah,
Canceled.
I need to be canceled so hard. I think ultimately where it lies is, what is the takeaway from the joke? So to just go off of examples, you know, using someone like Jim Norton, for example, he uses edgy humor. He says some, let's say dated terminology sometimes in his stand-up. But at the end of the day, the message remains is that Jim Norton loves women of all shapes and sizes and loves describing their anatomy in detail. And it just so happens he also likes women who don't happen to be cis, or maybe weren't assigned female at birth. That's what the takeaway is from his jokes about sleeping with trans women and things like that. That's really all it boils down to if you watch any of his specials. Whereas you look at someone like Dave Chappelle, what is the end message that you're supposed to take from that? And what I'm seeing that we're supposed to take from that is, well, hey, it's okay to be a TERF. I'm a TERF. Yikes. And it's okay to make jokes that are known to be very hurtful towards people in the trans community. They should be normal, and they're the problem. You see, a lot of the argument I get, sadly, from my own black community is that, people keep saying speaks truth to power, speaks truth to power. I'm like, power? Speaking truth to power, what is the monolithic, all-powerful hierarchy system to be brought down a peg, consisting of trans people who just want to live, who in the very country where I sit can still get dehoused or fired or just straight up murdered for existing? Like, what are you trying to take back from them? What power are you trying to claw back from them? What truth to power are you speaking? You're fucking multimillionaire. You are the power, motherfucker. Like, and that's the same issue with Bill Maher.
I might be able to interject there, though, just for one quick sec, because there is what I thought maybe one of the goals of this special, and one of the things that, like, I do agree he's talked a lot about is that and Dave Chappelle even words it this way: can white gay people be racist? And of course, the answer is
Oh,
yes,
absolutely.
100%, no question, right? And like that is often something that's not spoken about a lot, right? Is that, you know, within these hierarchies and structures of power, cis white gay men usually have a lot of privilege that is not acknowledged because they're already marginalized as a member of being part of the LGBTQ community, right? And so Dave Chappelle was trying to bring light to that aspect. I think you could have done that without doing it at the expense of the trans community, right? Like you can still make that point and make it, you know, be something profound without having to do it at the expense of all these transphobic jokes, kind of idea.
Absolutely, yeah. He didn't have to pillory the trans community to call out the very real racism among cis white gay men. I talk shit on cis white men all the time. That's like 50% of my praxis. Every day I wake up and say, "Hey, how am I going to make white people uncomfortable?" You can do that all day, every day. Trust me, it's okay. Carr is saying it here. Okay, October 20th, 2021. It's okay to make white people very uncomfortable. Do it. Do it every day. But you begin to go into the territory of kicking down, whereas your framing element is picking on a group of people which in his own community, like black LGBTQ people, are struggling for liberation, struggling for representation, and are victims of violence, and are victims of discrimination, and are victims of oppression, kind of glossing over all of that to strictly portray the entire LGBTQ community as bad gay white dudes and pearl-clutching trans people.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said entirely, and I'd like to just affirm everything you said was great.
God damn it, Lance. We talked about this.
Well, I wish to cancel you and say, no. Just one thing that I want to just mention before I forget it, because I think it's pertinent to some of the things you said, Carr. Just talking about this, like, framing of whiteness and white supremacy within our discussions of, like, LGBTQ issues. He does a really good, I think that's actually a really salient point. I think he makes really great points about how we often center white folks within any of these discussions about LGBTQ issues. But it's frustrating that he doesn't apply that when it comes to talking about trans issues specifically, because he brings up at one point, and especially brings up Sojourner Truth, and even explicitly mentions her essay, Ain't I a Woman? Which was her essay basically pointing out because she was a black woman that she was not seen as a woman. She was not seen as much of a woman in feminist spaces when she was going into feminist spaces to try to speak, so that she was excluded from it, and because her womanhood was denied. And then he doesn't seem to make that same understanding when he talks about TERFs, who are the same type of white supremacist feminists that only think of feminism as it applies to upper class white women. And doesn't realize that that same dehumanizing of someone's womanhood, someone's gender identity, is the same thing that TERFs are doing to trans people. And again, there's a lot of like different things that we can discuss within like the intersection of like LGBTQ issues and black issues, and how there's different histories and things like that, quite obviously. But I think that there's just interesting intersections and interesting parallels that he just completely misses, despite actively citing them within his special, that I was just super frustrated about. And I think that that's just something I think that is worth discussing, because that's what TERFs are. TERFs are feminists who only center feminism around upper class white women, and then when they look at other any other identities like black folks, they see it as like, oh, charity. That was like, I mean, you look at something like
super paternalistic, and it's actually gross how much how similar white feminism is to the TERF movement. It's shockingly, they're basically cousins, if not sisters. Like, white feminism basically birthed the offshoot TERF movement, and you see that weirdly paternalistic setting, to the point where, I interact with a lot of pro Afrocentric people, pro women empowerment people in the black community. It's so bad, to the point where a lot of black queer women, a lot of black trans women are saying, I'm abandoning the term feminist. I'm a what have you, a secular womanist or things along those lines, because as soon as they attempt to break into the feminist spaces at large, not saying all feminist spaces, but your large monolithic feminist spaces, they encounter the same Karen bullshit that we've always seen there. Now, back in the day, we didn't call them Karens, we called them Miss Anne, which is a perfect encapsulation. Miss Anne was the slave owner's wife, you see. She smiled and wore pretty frilly dresses, but you knew deep down she was just as monstrous behind those pearly whites as her, rapist, human-owning husband.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think like you can see a clear delineation of like the paternalistic white supremacy of TERFs. Like, look at. I mean, I'm a nerd, so I'm going to use a pop culture example. But just look at J.K. Rowling, who we know she uses TERF.
Oh, Joanne.
And you look in her own work and how there's this whole idea of the house elves in her work that are, they want to be slaves, they like that, and we need to teach them. Hermione needs to come in and teach them
that
they
me.
can't. Yeah, that they should learn to want to accept and struggle and have freedom.
Isn't there a lot
and
of
then
anti-Semitism too?
Yeah.
That like a
But
character?
there's anti-Semitism in there as well with the
banking goblins.
The goblins.
Right.
Oh,
and she makes
yeah.
what's even worse is in Fantastic Beasts. In their Fantastic Beasts movie, she makes the delineation between house elves and black people explicit, because there is a jazz singing like house elf that is like stylized to look like a black person in those movies. So it's very clear like house elves are meant to be black people, and how great we are for teaching them, quote unquote, that they could take off their chains and fight against the oppression. We have to teach them that. And so that's just that white feminist idea that J.K. Rowling is just inherent in her work.
It's actually shocking how closely Hermione was written like a white feminist. Now that you think about it, like fucking like a goddamn know-it-all, and then showing up with fucking button pins for her little fucking astroturfed house elf movement. It's crazy. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Jangles? I saw you pipe in, but it's my job to shout down white men at least once a day.
That's fair. I mean, that's what we're here for. I do think like what is a little bit, it's like a missed opportunity. The Chappelle special might have been like a lot of people's first introduction into intersectionality, because there were a lot of good salient points. One was about like how he was about to get in a fight with this like big corn-fed white gay guy, and as soon as they were about to fight, he called the cops, and he said like, "Oh, a black gay guy would never call the cops on me," because they share that intersectional identity, and that would have been awesome if like, but then he like, a lot of the tone of the show is like reinforcing like the hierarchies within marginalized groups. Like it's an intersectionality that emphasizes like where a hierarchy of like gay people here, black people here, who's more oppressed, who has a greater who has a more authentic struggle, who has more of a say in like to be able to complain about their own situation in life. And that's like the bad kind of intersectionality where like all the marginalized communities are competing with each other to see is like which one
stacking your privilege, the oppression.
Stacking which one is the one that deserves who deserves to be treated like a human the most, as opposed like it's a zero-sum game. Like if we let one group get rights, like we can't also like let another group get rights. It's like a poor introduction to it, and like there was a good point in there somewhere, but there, where I've emphasized like the listeners, the joke listeners' perspective more so than the comedians. Is there a reasonable chance that a lot of people are going to walk away with that thinking that marginalized communities are in conflict with one another, like are black and queer people in conflict with one another as to who deserves rights more, as opposed to like, well, maybe there's some like overarching power structure that screws over everybody. Maybe that's a rising tide will lift all boats. And we can't be intersectional in our approach to these issues. And I'm just worried that like that's going to be a takeaway that a lot of people get. Like he even says explicitly at one point, like that he's jealous of the progress that gay people have made over black people. And there's something to that. There's like a raw authenticity to that we can talk about. But it almost feels like a lot of people could walk away thinking like, well, that means that they're in conflict with one another. The gay rights and black rights are in conflict with one another. And so like it was a swing and a miss. It was a good attempt, but I think a lot of people were going to miss a lot of the nuances of that conversation in favor of them queers just complain too much.
Right.
And and we've even seen it in like the fallout of the special too. I mean, me being self-aware, like we're on a panel right now where there's, I'm the only trans person. I'm a white trans person. The main trans people that have been platformed in terms of discussing the Chappelle special and face a lot of fallout from the Chappelle special have been mostly trans white women working at Netflix. And how that discussion has sort of centered white trans people as well. You could even talk about the fact that the main trans woman that was framed in this discussion was one of the showrunners of Dear White People, and how a lot of that conversation then started falling out about like, oh, why was there a white showrunner on a show called Dear White People? And her discussion about being like, I was one of the only white showrunners on the show, and there was a bunch of other black showrunners on the show, but it's still worth interrogating that question of like, why wasn't there a black trans woman in that space as well? Why are we platforming and so I think it just
Crap.
What you do, Lance?
It wasn't me.
Oh, you fucked it up.
But yeah, I just think like that's I think that's just one of an important thing to know and to be self-aware of as we're talking about this issue is like he's not wrong in that sort of awareness of like how we center whiteness in conversations about the LGBTQ and trans community, both intentionally and sometimes unintentionally, because there's like a lot of black trans women don't have access to the same platform that like someone like myself does, or someone like the woman who was working on Dear White People does, and so that's where we sort of grab from. So there's that systemic issue as well. So yeah, I think that's just something to be self-aware of ourselves as we talk about this issue.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think now I've been a known proponent of generally what you see happening in the black community. I've been a proponent of looking at systemic factors that have led to some of the internal issues in the black community, because we do have our own issues with queerphobia and transphobia in the black community due to long centuries old historical factors. The black community skews very heavily Christian and socially conservative. They don't tend to skew fiscally or politically as conservative as the majority of white Christians, but the largest percentage of Americans that go to church is the black community. A massive percentage of the black community are regular and habitual churchgoers. And so what you have now within the black community as well is this issue where we don't want to take away from our struggle for restorative justice and black liberation. And there are people out there who will pit them against one another. I've heard it from televangelist preachers and conservative politicians. I've had some people say directly to me at events and protests and things like that, saying, oh, well, I've heard other black leaders tell me that their sin is not my sin and other shit like that. And I think that someone who, and I'll be clear, I don't think Dave Chappelle's stupid. I think he's fairly intelligent. To be as excellent of a wordsmith and comedian as he is, clearly he knows something. So for someone like that to take that platform and ultimately come away from his performance potentially making that divide or making it an us versus them, when in fact, black queer people are here. They are part of the community, and they're a part of the community that, just like the greater community, is struggling to reach parity with the white community due to white supremacy and things of that nature. So I think the bigger issue we run into is that, unfortunately, because of the representation that Jessie mentioned and the disparity in representation that Jessie mentioned, and how often it is white voices that come up in front of the cameras and the microphones, not always, but often, our only spokespeople within the black community tend to be celebrities, and they tend to be people like athletes. They tend to be rappers, performers, musicians, basically anybody who already has the massive platform in the public eye. That can include comedians, whereas it's harder for someone who's pure focus and pure identity as activist or advocate, for them to get in front of that microphone in the same way. This was a huge struggle, which I think we've taken some steps backwards in, because if you look at things like the Harlem Renaissance, well, this was a time when poets and artists and painters and singers singing from their hearts and their souls were the ones who were taking the public eye in large portions of the country, right? And that was, I think, was a time where a lot more progressive rhetoric bridging the divide between the communities could actually get out there. And I think now what we could see is, if we have people like Dave Chappelle who would be willing to have a more nuanced and honest conversation about these topics, we could make some legitimate progress, as opposed to normalizing the language of violence. That's my thought anyway.
I wanted to put it out there because you're talking about how he was receiving some criticism from this. We haven't brought up the fact that, like, a lot of celebrities, and this is not just comedians, but they will get what I think sometimes is just fair call-outs, right? Like, it's just people criticizing something that I don't think is beyond the pale. Like, we're just calling someone out for what they've done, and they try to turn that into, like, censored or a backlash, or this is the cancel culture big thing, right? Which was a huge part of this, because Chappelle went from that first or second special to suddenly this final one where he's talking about how he got so much backlash from the trans community that he actually fears them. He actually talks about how he was afraid of them at, like, shows and stuff like that. So, like, at what point is there also this element where celebrities are unable to accept valid criticisms as critiques, and they run with it as, I'm trying to be canceled instead?
Well, I'll go. So I think part of it is due to new media. So you go back to the era of George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Paul Mooney, Lenny Bruce, or Red Fox, even, who's an old favorite of mine for the comedy fans. Red Fox was just genius. Back then, if you were too controversial, outside of the theater, in the theater, the worst thing you had to worry about was hecklers. And any comedian worth his salt knows how to deal with a heckler. Honestly, there's great compilations online of certain comedians just destroying hecklers. For any fans of comedy out there, please look up Bill Burr just destroying Philadelphia for like 40 minutes straight. It is modern art. But you, outside of hecklers, once you walked out of the theater and you got in your car and went home, that was pretty much it. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? There's going to be a newspaper headline, maybe, about your body insensitive jokes. Is there going to be maybe a radio personality will talk about it? You might make the evening news. Probably won't, though. Now, however, you have the internet that has given everyone a voice, because algorithmic weighting aside, literally anyone can create a Twitter account, right? Literally anyone can create a Twitter account. Fuck, they let me on there, and that should tell you right there that there's an issue, right? So, and you get enough of those literally anyone's together who share that common interest, and that common interest might be trans rights. They now have enough of a following where they can level that criticism and say, hey, what you're doing is offensive and it is language of violence. You know, this is a criticism. And I don't think, comedy is brilliant and it's awesome, but I will say people like Dave Chappelle and his ilk are very much stuck in a very old style of stand-up comedy. Think about it as an art form. Really think about it. How many people are changing stand-up comedy in its format since fucking vaudeville? It's still a dick standing on a stage, sitting on a stool. That's literally all it's been for probably 200 years. And when you have somebody who really shakes up the paradigm, like, for instance, Bo Burnham, who dares to incorporate different media, that's still considered rare in the field. There's Bo Burnham. There's the guy who hosted Cash Cab. His name escapes me. Someone can help me with that. He does PowerPoint slides during his stand-up sets, and he doesn't carry a mic. He wears an earpiece and headset. But for the most part, aside from maybe talking about Carrot Top with his props, most people don't break this century-old paradigm of just some guy up on stage telling jokes. So you have to think, what does that old philosophy of what comedy is bring to their performance, bring to their philosophy about what their performance should be and what the response to their performance should be. Honestly, it's most of their technological innovations began and ended with being hosted on streaming services like Netflix. Some of them went off and started podcasts on the side and found lucrative careers doing that. But outside of it, I think they are locked in a very, very old format. And being locked in that old format has also locked them in very dated, very old mindsets, saying, I tell the jokes and you just deal with it. And that's all there is to it. Someone in my chat mentioned Reggie Watts. By the way, Reggie Watts is a fucking god king.
Great example.
Jesus.
Great
yes.
example.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Using a fucking delay pedal and a keyboard and a mic.
Speaking multiple languages.
Yes. Just launching into a German bawdy erotic poem on stage. Yeah, no, Reggie Watts, Eric Andre. I'm not a huge fan of Eric Andre, but that's because I met him in person, and that's an anecdote for later, perhaps.
I grabbed his breast.
You met Eric Andre?
I didn't meet him. He was crowd surfing in his live show, and he came up right underneath me. And as he was coming up, but I was supposed to hold him up, he ripped his shirt open, so I had to put my hands on his breast. So that's my claim to fame with Eric Andre.
Well, you know, I'll tell it.
Milked greatness.
I used to work in event security, so I worked at this podunk little festival in Indio, Palm Springs, California, called Coachella. You've probably never heard of it. And I was standing at the gate with my back turned, and I feel something tap my shoulder, and I turn around just to hear somebody say, speaking to the microphone, and it's Eric Andre holding a large marital aid, probably 12 inches long, right in my face with synthetic semen dripping out of it onto my uniform, by the way. And I think his friend had a steady cam behind him, and so, you know, Eric Andre, you are pretty brilliant, but I'm probably going to smack you if I see you again. Anyway, but my point is they're locked in a very old mindset of what comedy is supposed to be, and so few of them are even willing to innovate or do anything interesting with it. And that doesn't mean they're bad comedians. You know, there's plenty of comedians who do fairly standard comedy. People like Hannibal Buress do very amazing comedy, and they still use that old format. But I think so many of them are, because they're seeing success in doing it, they have no reason to change how they think about the subject matter that they are riffing on as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. So he touched on like a lot of the reasons, like the history of stand-up comedy. Very first stand-up comic was Artemis Ward here in the United States, and it was born out of like the lecture format. What would have been like modern day TED Talks is what the closest comparison. Like, it was people up on stage giving lectures. There have been only really two major technological innovations since the outset, since the beginning of stand-up comedy. One was the microphone. That's why I have this microphone. This is the Shure SM58. This is the stand-up comedy microphone. That's why I got it, because I love stand-up. And the only other major technological innovation of stand-up has been like streaming and the internet, and all that does is like change your audience and how you interact with them. And even then, that's just in certain cases. Oh, and alcohol, like putting in alcohol, but that's been there since the beginning. But yeah, it is a very, very old art form, and I think because of that, two drink minimums, like you gotta have those.
Jesus Christ! Don't remind me of working clubs. Oh God.
But I think that also lends to stand-up its greatest strength. I've said it before, like, it's stand-up comedy, just a person on a stage talking to a microphone. Is Dave Chappelle got like more money than Squid Game to make that special. And you think of like this set design and all the characters and all the people who need to be paid as part of Squid Game. All of that costs less money than just Dave Chappelle on a stage. You know, if we put aside Dave Chappelle and his special for a second, isn't that kind of awesome? Like, this art form can survive.
It stood up.
Yeah, the reason that we go to stand-up when there are all these like more expensive and more intricate forms of comedy out there is because stand-up is where you go for intimacy and authenticity. You see that person up there as a person. They're talking to you in the first person. I think this, and they're talking to you, the audience, in the second person. Have you ever seen this? What do y'all think about this? Stuff like that. So there's like that intimate connection that you have between them, and because of that, unlike a movie where there are actors saying lines that have been rehearsed, it's a lot more personal when your stand-up set is being attacked, because even though we all know it's a performance, we all kind of feel like it isn't. We feel like this is a real person saying their genuine stream of consciousness up on stage. It doesn't matter if it's been rehearsed a lot, it's still like a rehearsed version of authenticity that we all relate to. So I think a lot of stand-ups will take it a lot more personally when you attack their material, because you're not just attacking their material. What is like a big defense of Dave Chappelle special, like in regards to his material? Dave Chappelle isn't transphobic. Well, hold on, we're attacking the special. That's not a performance. If you attack the performance, you're almost attacking the person, and that's where a lot of people will go to, because that's the nature of stand-up comedy. And I think that that has a lot to do with it, because like the criticism of the art is also the criticism of the person, because the person is the art in this case. And yeah, and that's the charitable take. The uncharitable take is that controversy drives ratings. How many of like
It does.
it is, especially for a stand-up comic, like being offensive. If you bill yourself as offensive or irreverent, but what doesn't have the irreverent tag on Netflix? I don't know if that sets you apart, but there's a certain part of the population who, the more offensive you are, or if that's like the main thing about your special, it's offensive and first and funny second. There's a big market for that. We're not going to pretend it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, just this whole conversation that we're talking about the special right now. We're having the conversation. People are gonna go watch the special. The special is being promoted, and it was still like #1 outside of like Squid Games for weeks.
She's trended in the top 10, I think, every day on Twitter since the special came out because of the controversy.
Exactly. So it's like, the controversy works. So leaning into it and saying this is what canceled is what gets you attention, what gets you money. I mean, it's just another way to like move your career to the next steps. Like, oh, I've been canceled now, so then I push into, into whatever the next phase is. Whether
I'm
it's
trying
doubling
not to
down on
interrupt.
more,
I'm being good.
right-wing conservative rhetoric or whatever else. But that just, it's part of it at this point.
I think we're
And I
supposed
also
to take
think like
turns.
that the parasocial relationship that you've both been talking about is like part of why these like why stand up can be so potent, and why it's so important to ensure like where your end thought and where you're targeting your discussion is so important. I mean, we even saw there was a study that I saw, I think yesterday, that came up that was somewhat separate, but I think it brings up this interesting point where people are more likely to fight against taxing the rich policies if they have a billionaire that they invest in and support. So a lot of people who are in the cult of Elon Musk are very much more likely to not support taxing the rich, because they're like, well, how can we harm poor Elon? Oh, my darling, dearest Elon. And so the same thing, the same idea applies here. It's like, oh, Dave Chappelle's not transphobic. He didn't come into this with the intention of like hating on trans people. And so any discussion of him like doing harm to the trans community, or anything that he says that's harmful to the trans community, is automatically dismissed, because like, oh, that's not what he's intending to do. And I care about Dave Chappelle because I followed his career for years. I care about him as a person in that sort of parasocial relationship way. And it's frustrating in that, and that's why I often try to, when I discuss these things as best I can, try to frame it as like, look, I'm not here to call a person transphobic. Like, I even try to do this with J.K. Rowling, even though I could, say J.K. Rowling is obviously transphobic. I think it is more helpful when you're talking to people who are in this space of like, oh, I understand J.K. Rowling, or I understand Dave Chappelle, and I invest in them, I have this parasocial relation to them. It's basically talk about how actions are transphobic. This person's actions, what they did, was transphobic, and I'm not putting that as an inherent value on them in terms of like judging them as a person, but it's like we needed to judge the effects of these actions that they had. And so I think that's an interesting tactic within that, but I also just think it points to the fact that how important it is to discuss that parasocial relationship that's inherent within a comedy special.
Well, I guess that brings us to what I think is probably the most controversial question surrounding all this. Should Netflix remove the special, or should Netflix remove any comedy special if it pushes a certain boundary?
Well, here's what I would say. I think that I don't know. I think maybe I'm controversial in saying I don't think they should remove it. I At the end of the day, this is what Dave Chappelle put out there, and they chose to do it. Removing it doesn't undo the fact that they published this work. If that's ever going to be a decision, then that needs to happen before it gets released. But I do lean fairly anti-censorship and free expression, and sometimes that means that freedom of expression, while I don't want it to, extends to bigoted individuals, and I believe we shouldn't be tolerant of intolerance. However, what we can do, and what Netflix should do, I think, is actually acknowledge some of the criticism that people are having of the special. I would go so far to suggest that other streaming services have far more queerphobic content on their platforms than Chappelle's special. I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are streaming platforms hosting South Park. There are streaming platforms hosting Family Guy. Okay, there are streaming platforms hosting other comedians people like Nick DiPaolo, who are far more mask off, right? And there's streaming platforms hosting Steven Crowder. Okay, so I don't think removing it, especially now, solves the issue. They've made just obscene amounts of cash over it, so it wouldn't really matter if they removed it. One could argue that maybe the goal in removing it is to take some violent or hateful speech off of the internet. I don't think anything that he said would necessarily even run afoul of, say, YouTube terms of service. Lance, you keep running afoul of YouTube terms of service. You could tell me of whether or not they would even take action on it if it was a YouTube special. I don't think they would.
Depends on how many subscribers he has, to be honest.
Yeah, you motherfuckers get away with a lot, you bigger channels. Like, look, I've
had my channel shut down when I've had nothing but 4,000 subs, and I've had it shut down when I had 40,000 subs. Both times, and both times it was from mass flagging. It was not because I think my content was too spicy. It was because thousands of alt-right assholes and chuds decided, hey, we can take them down by all hitting mass flag on the same thing for the same reasons, and that works. But yeah, to your point, I wouldn't mind hearing what the other two panelists have to say.
Yeah.
Do you think it should be taken down?
I mean, for my money, I kind of agree with Carl. I don't think it's worth taking it. And I think it would be detrimental at this point to take it down, because then it would go and feed into that Reddit group always being canceled, and it would just and it would also hide the actual talking points and remove the nuance, and ultimately just bring it back to that like culture war conversation of, oh, Dave Chappelle good, Dave Chappelle bad. So I don't think it's ultimately helpful to remove it at this point. I mean, what I would love to see would be to see like it placed in context. So whether that means there's like a piece before it, or that says like TERFs are or they promote like afterwards the algorithm promotes like, you watch this special, here's a special by a trans comedian who has other things to say, like just some way to situate the special within a conversation instead of it just being a single piece of media that you push out there. Because I do think that there is like all the stuff that whenever stuff like this happens, especially when it comes in these like more nuanced discussions, I think there is value in having it and value in saying like where things were right, where things were wrong. And I think, as Carr was saying, there's much more hateful stuff that's out there about the trans community, and seeing like, as much as I have major issues with Dave Chappelle's special, I think that there is value in something this messy being out there, because it allows us to sort of dig into the heart of the nuance. And I think ultimately removing it just would sort of erase that ability to have that nuanced conversation and just make it the culture war conversation that it's already leaned into quite heavily. The frustrating thing for me more is that I think what's going to be taken away from this is, at least from Netflix, is the wrong lessons, because it has made a bunch of money, and despite the controversy, despite there literally being Netflix workers walking out today, and all this stuff, the lesson they're going to learn is like, oh, this transphobic content, this content that has transphobic messages in it, is what gets the clicks, like what gets people to come onto the platform. And so investing in that type of content would be like, oh, let's do this more incendiary content, instead of being like, what I think they should do is like, let's find trans comedians, let's find Black trans women comedians and give them specials. I mean, obviously they're not going to do the level of Dave Chappelle at this point, but give them a place to start, because Dave Chappelle wasn't doing Dave Chappelle levels of stuff right at the beginning. You have to build that. And I think like putting it in that direction. But ultimately, what we see Netflix do is fire trans people who spoke out about it. And even if you look at Jacelyn Moore, who was the woman who was the Dear White People showrunner who spoke out against the special and quit Netflix because of the special. Her whole point wasn't even to remove the special either. She literally said, if you listen to her interviews, like, she's not saying cancel Dave Chappelle special. She said pretty much very similar to what we've all been saying here too. And their response is to like fire more trans people instead of like actually going into that nuanced conversation. And so that's what I would like. I would like there to be a place to situate this conversation in a nuanced way, place it in a context within the trans people, both behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, a chance to sort of have a place within their platform. But I ultimately feel like the lessons that are going to be learned are the opposite. Let's do more incendiary content. Let's fire trans people. Let's try and distance ourselves from the ramifications of our work, with the CEO saying like, oh, these types of works don't actually have demonstrable effects in the world, which is nonsense. So I think that's what ultimately frustrates me. But I think at the end of the day, no, don't remove the special. So,
Lance, you're gonna hate me. I'm in agreement with those two.
Is there anything you all disagree on?
Oh, what the hell?
I think it's a bad. So I don't think removing it would be the right thing to do. And from what I understand, like even the Netflix trans employees who are and allies who are walking out today or who walked out today, even one of their lists of asks and demands, and none of that was to remove the special. So even they don't want the special removed, and I think that's important. Like even the Netflix employees themselves don't want it removed. But I think that like there's a lot of salient points made by those two. Yeah, take that, Lance. All right, camaraderie. Watch that view count start going down, baby. But yeah, so one, Dave Chappelle is getting a lot of attention for talking shit about trans people and making controversial jokes. Do you think that maybe a few other comedians are going to look at that, see it, and go, oh, that's how I make it big? All right, but what if I talk about Dave Chappelle and why he got canceled, and then make my own trans jokes, and then put that in the title of my YouTube video and get me a nice little special up on Netflix? This is going to happen. More comedians are going to try to take that route of controversy equals views equals a big deal with Netflix. And going forward, Netflix needs to be prepared for that. And I think a lot of the asks and demands that are being made by these the employees that are walking out are very good and reasonable demands that will improve the situation going forward. That isn't just censor. But there's a hold on. I'll actually link the article. I think Lindsay probably linked it before, but I'm gonna go ahead and link it in chat. Well, I'll link it as soon as I'm gonna put it in our chat in Discord because I'm not signed in your chat. So that's kind of like the list there, and then mostly it's just like hire more trans and non-binary creators, showrunners, people in positions of power who can like have valuable input in situations like this. Because I don't think that censoring it and taking it down, I don't think that was like the number one demand of anybody, at least to my knowledge. That wasn't a major demand from any of the major voices in this conversation since the get-go. But I do think that we are going to see a lot more comedians try to follow in those footsteps that need to be accounted for, so it doesn't just turn into a deluge of hate speech that is defended on the grounds of like free speech, but really the grounds that they're defending it on is like profit.
Well, one of the really interesting things that Car just brought up that I hadn't even thought of was the idea that like they already have like every episode of say South Park on most streaming platforms and stuff like that. And as someone who just recently had to like I love that stuff when I was a kid, right? But I just recently rewatched the Dolphin episode because I was trying to find just a small clip to use for that whole Charlie Kirk Dolphin meme. And watching through it, I was like blown away because I had no idea. I did not remember how horrifyingly transphobic that entire episode is. So what do you think, in your opinions, would be something more important to counter the fact that is just such a pervasive part of culture right now, right? Like, is it putting more, hiring more Black trans comedians to be having their own stand-up specials? Is it something that the zeitgeist itself has to move towards? Have we not pushed the Overton window far enough? Do we look at that old stuff and say, yikes, but that's just a sign of the times, we've come a long way now, and yet this is exactly what we're talking about on this panel? Like, what is the best way forward to try and combat that?
I don't like the idea of balancing transphobic content with more trans creators. Like it's a seesaw, and as long as they got the seesaw level, that makes things okay. But I do think that like having more Hannah Gatsby's, having more, I know Tignataro's cis, but more queer voices telling jokes and being up front and center, talking about their identities in a way that is more authentic to themselves, representing themselves, having a trans creator relate to a cis audience, I think is going to go a long way towards, I don't know, making those voices more apparent, making them more prominent. Is not going to counter transphobic nonsense, but it is going to be a step towards like normalizing these voices and making it seem less scary, less of a target that needs to be pushed down a peg, and more normalizing the identities going forward. So sort of like what the demands of the walkout were.
Yeah, I would agree. I think like it is just, yeah, it's not the idea of just counterbalancing it. It's about just trying to give more trans, non-binary, black, and then the intersections of all of that creators to have more of a chance to be able to get a platform. So it's not like when people are looking for a black trans woman's space to be able to talk about this, that they can't find it, and that then so they talk about like white trans women and focus it just there. I think also the other thing too is just trying our best. It's always a hard thing to do in the way our entertainment and the way our culture is right now, because everything just falls into a culture war, and it has to be okay. You fully defend something, and you don't fully defend something, or you are fully against something or fully for something. It's like, no, I think we need to try our best to center these like the conversations that we're having now, like talking about the nuance of it, while not framing it as like all of us here are talking about the nuance of the special, what he got wrong, what he got right, and we're not giving any credence to like the more awful parts of it, but we do talk about the right and wrongness of certain aspects of it. And so I think it's talking about the nuance while also not giving any credence to hate speech or hateful content like what TERFs do, because I think ultimately what that feeds into that framing, like what Dave Chappelle was trying to do is framing the black community versus the LGBTQ community, or like what TERFs try to do, which is frame trans people versus women as a whole. Like it's always this antagonistic conversations. Like, no, we can have a nuanced conversation that doesn't like frame the other side as awful. Like the debate is like, oh, there's trans people and people who are just against trans people. It's like, no, there's nuanced conversation that doesn't necessarily platform that antagonistic type of relationship, and I think that's what we need to try our best to do. But I know that that's difficult in a world where everything just needs to fit into the culture war. So
yeah, I think that we could have some noble goals if we try. I don't necessarily think it needs to be a focus of balancing. I think that comedy has some really powerful potential, right? So black comedians existed in this country way back, predating Jim Crow, and you would see these black comedians go on stage and perform. But as they rose in popularity and as they became more famous and were able to book higher and higher paying gigs, it turns out their audience got wider and wider. And there were people at the time for whom it literally became that black comedian on stage was the only black voice in their day-to-day life, in their media consumption. And we talked earlier on the previous topic about how real comedy is, how it is someone speaking intimately with the audience. It's like going to a stage play, but the entire thing is a fourth wall break. It's fucking amazing. It's all breaking the fourth wall. So now you got to see somebody speak their truth on stage from a marginalized group, and that right in and of itself can help, if done right, can help humanize that performer if they happen to be a marginalized group who experiences dehumanization. So more importantly, I think that it shouldn't be necessarily an effort to balance or anything like that. We don't need to go so far as I saw a hilarious suggestion in your chat. Someone said the closer should immediately transfer into playing Disclosure on Netflix. I don't know if we need to go quite that far, but they have the platform. They have the marketing revenue. It's literally their platform. They can shove whatever advertisement in your face that they want. So if they want to promote and platform trans and trans people of color comedians. I don't think it doesn't need to be about saying, oh, his transphobia bad, and it doesn't need to be about, hey, respect my pronouns, and it doesn't need to be about, hey, stop saying these no words. I think it just needs to be some trans and people of color in the queer community being funny and being honest in a positive manner. And what will happen is some people are going to watch that and say, hey, that was hilarious. This person is funny first and then trans second. That's going to occur secondary to them. So that then when they go and tune in to someone like Dave Chappelle, trust me, there are worse comedians than him out there. That's one of the main reasons I don't want to pull it, because there's other comedians with far worse stand-up sets than his. But when they see somebody like that, or a big high-dollar special like that, they're going to say, wait, though, I just watched this comedian who happened to be trans, and they're also funny, and, you know, they're not humorless bastards. They can take a joke, and they can make jokes. They can even make jokes about being trans, and it can apply to whatever. You know, there's disabled comedians who make jokes about being disabled. There's black comedians who make jokes about being black. There's Mexican comedians who make jokes about being Mexican. But I think that actually is a positive force towards normalizing positive language around these subjects, and not normalizing negative or hateful rhetoric around these subjects, because it gives them something else to see. It gives them a different standard to measure it against. I don't know. That's my thought. If that made any sense to anyone.
No. It's. I think that's perfect, because a lot of people are like, their exposure to trans people are just the misinformation that people hear about them. Like, trans people aren't funny, that trans people jump down your throat if you get their pronouns wrong, that like trans people are saying all these things, and it's like, no, it's like giving people exposure through things like, I think just giving people exposure through the media that they most consume, whether that be stand-up, whether that be TV shows, whether that be certain things. And I think getting positive explanations and exposure to people in whatever medium, I think is the right way to go about it, so that they realize that when you misgender a trans person, they're not going to scream at you. Most of the time will just be like, okay, I guess I'll just awkwardly hide over here whenever you say that. So I think it's like, so I think that's a good, worthwhile goal.
I gotta say, this panel turned out to be nuanced, informative, funny, educational, like all the things I wasn't looking for. I'm deeply disappointed.
Did you expect blood sports? Okay. How about this?
This is exactly what I wanted.
For those of you who like pineapple on pizza, you are little baby children. Grow up. Eat real food. Well, there you go.
There's one pineapple pizza, and that's Hawaiian. Like, outside of that, people don't throw pineapple on regular pizzas, do they? They're not. Not monsters.
Yes, they do.
We do, and we call it Canadian bacon when we do it.
Hey, I'll fight with your chat. I'll defend Hannah Gadsby. Those two specials were incredible. I'll fight with all of you.
Oh yeah.
If you don't find them funny, you're just not as cultured as me. There you go.
What's the matter? Too challenging for you?
What's the matter? Too challenging for you?
Am I getting too real here?
Didn't talk enough about airline food, you plebs.
I can end on a very, very difficult topic. I was asked this today: is cereal soup?
No. Fuck no. Who said that?
I instinctively I thought no, to making some pretty convincing arguments. It was like, well, it's a liquid in a bowl. There's cold soups, like there's Russian soups that are served cold. There was a lot of elements there that soups can have cream and milk in them.
I would say it is. I'd say it is. It's like it's a liquid base. You got like the liquid base, and then you have like items in there. I think it is.
It's more than a liquid base.
It's got a bowl, it's got liquids, it's got stuff in it.
It's more than a liquid.
What about the primordial soup? Aren't we all born from soup? Is that what brings us all together?
We are.
Yeah, from that primordial soup.
Look, I will say this, all right? A soup is more than just its constituent parts, okay? The liquid base is a broth or a stock. It's not just any liquid, okay? If I tried that, car. If I pour...
No, but if you soak the cereal in the milk, it becomes a broth. It becomes a sugary different...
No, it becomes a porridge. It becomes a porridge.
So
it's
porridge.
porridge.
What if I if I put cereal in water? Is that a soup then? I'm not saying it's good, but is that soup?
No, that's just cereal. That's called oatmeal. That's oatmeal. Oatmeal's a cereal grain. Cereal in water is called oatmeal. It's a porridge. It's not a soup. We have a category for that. It's
But
more
is
of
it-
a.
Tomatoes and milk. What if I
Is
put
it
tomatoes
more-
and milk?
What if we're thinking too
Tomatoes and
limited?
milk
Like,
is a soup.
what if we think is like soup is like an overriding concept that all of these sort of filtered out? Like, there's porridge, there's oatmeal. It's like it's an overriding term.
Listen,
What if I heated it, Car? If I heated cereal, like
it's
just your favorite
hot
cereal?
then. It's a hot porridge.
So that's
Porridge can
porridge,
be
yeah.
served hot, or gruel, if you will. Okay, so you're at that point you're closer to eating boiled corn grits than
Do you
you
think
are
there's
eating
like
an
a
actual soup.
Do you believe that there's like a Platonian ideal form of soup?
Yeah, a broth or a stock or a homogenized base. Almost no soup bases
It needs a milk
consist of just a base level liquid like water or milk. They all have some infusion with them that is made outside of just the
ingredient. With
ingredient.
the milk, it becomes
No,
a
it's
different
just-
tasting substance.
It just breaks down into smaller parts and imparts some flavor to the milk.
What if you
Okay.
microwave
When
the cereal?
oh, sorry.
So what if you microwave your cereal?
That's oatmeal. That's porridge.
My
Like
thing
a-
is like
a bowl of
when
Fruit Loops.
That's
when
nasty.
does something
It's addition by
become
addition, is what Car's saying.
when does something become a soup and when does it become a cereal? So if I took a base, if I took like a chicken stock base and put like Cocoa
Frosted
Puffs in it,
Flakes.
yeah, and like threw
That's
it
a
threw
soup.
it in that.
That's
Is
a
that
soup.
That's a soup.
That's a terrible soup because here's the
That's a
thing.
soup.
Chicken stock is not just you don't just take chicken and throw it in hot water and it becomes a stock. No, the hot water creates a chemical reaction that breaks down the protein bonds that pulls enzymes and lipids from the flesh of the chicken and incorporates it into the liquid. That's what gets you a stock or a broth. What gets you a base, to have a base in cooking requires you to reduce ingredients inside of something like cream or bechamel or another broth or vinegar or oil or what the fuck ever. All right. So, but when you're just suspending grains in any kind of liquid, just like milk, like a standard liquid like milk or water, it's a porridge. All right, it's a cereal.
Chad is
We
asking if
call
you're
it
prepared for
cereal.
this.
You know what?
You
I
hit
feel
my
convinced
topic.
here.
I can
feel-
argue this. All right, boom, come at me.
Carr,
You're a
yeah,
debate
Carr-
pro now.
I think Carr won this one.
I don't think I
What
can.
about-
I can
Oh
make
yeah,
an argument. Yeah.
Aren't dumplings a grain?
Smoked all of us, and I disagree with him fundamentally too. But he's right.
No, it's now hot dog is a sandwich. Someone in my chat asked that. Yes, hot dog is a sandwich. Is meat between bread. So I'm on that. I'm on board with that. But I'd even say a taco is a Spanish sandwich or a Mexican sandwich. We'll
What
go
about
as
a
far as
calzone? Is that an Italian sandwich?
Yeah, I was
a
gonna say.
calzone's more of an oversized dumpling.
Mm.
Isn't a dumpling just an undersized sandwich?
No,
Now, when does something become ravioli? That's the interesting question.
when does a calzone become a ravioli? Well, ravioli is a very ravioli is a
it
very
just the
specific.
shape? Is it just the shape? Is that the ravioli?
I think ravioli does refer to a specific format of making the pouch or the sachet or whatever you want to call it. Otherwise, you're
Boiled, not
making
baked.
you're just making tortellini or stuffed pasta at that point.
See,
Okay,
I know
well, then here's
nothing.
my question: if you take a bath, are you becoming a soup?
I would actually say yes to that because I certainly infuse enough of my essence into the bath water when I bathe. You will
You
be
sell your broth?
you will be
broth?
enjoying some eau de car if you have some of my bath water. You can wear it like a cologne. You can add it to your protein shakes for your pre-workout. It's good stuff for you. I'll be selling it in my prepper buckets here soon.
I was gonna say, is that gonna be on your merch store? Like you're gonna sell it, but you're not gonna sell it as bathwater. You're gonna sell it as soup.
I'm just gonna call it essence of car and let them decide what
So
that means.
misleading. People
Can I
would
get
think
a,
this
like,
is
that
some homemade
Campbell's
soup
Go?
or something.
I want to get in like a Campbell's to go can, like put them in my microwave and walk to work
Yes,
with it.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
jar it in 1 liter jars. A narco car bath water. There you go.
I could not imagine a better way to end this. That's absolutely fantastic. I can't thank all of you enough. Honestly, I beyond having an amazing time, I actually learned a lot from every single one of you because you're all so well educated in different topics and fascinating to listen to say the very least. So all I can say is thank you, every single one of you.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you for having me and all of us.
Can y'all shout yourselves out?
This is one of the most legitimate, like, highbrow, informative panels I've ever been a part of. So.
Except for the last part.
No, especially
that was
the last
highbrow.
part.
Oh, yeah.
I got to bust out cooking knowledge on a fucking Twitch panel while drinking whiskey. This is very highbrow.
And then, Kara, I assume you're going to keep streaming. Can I raid into you after? I got to take off.
Yeah, I'll stay on. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Yeah. Well, why don't we start with Jangles, Jessie, and then Car, and we'll wrap it up.
Thank you all for suffering through me during this panel. I appreciate it a lot. My name is Justin. I go by Jangles Science Light on them their YouTubes. One of my latest videos is the history of stand-up comedy, and I have 2 other videos on humor theory and political correctness in comedy, where I go over a lot of the research that I've used on this panel.
I am Jessie Gender. You can find me also on the YouTubes, where I talk about fandoms and geekdoms and talking about political and social issues within pop culture and all that fun stuff. I have a video up about Dave Chappelle that just went up about a week and a half ago, so if you want more of my thoughts on Dave Chappelle, that video's there. I also have a video coming out Friday that's about another fun topic, yay, that's about bisexual Superman and the politics behind that conversation. So that'll be fun. So yeah, just head on over there for those discussions, and also me just nerding out about Star Trek way too often. So
nice. Live long and prosper. All right, so I am Car. I do black anarchist commentary on social issues and whatever else occurs to my non-medicated ADHD brain. I like to make music, so if you like electronic music, guns, dogs, and cigars, come see me at all caps Car on YouTube or Car_YZ on Twitch. I'll say Z because I'm talking to a Canuck. And yeah, I appreciate being on the panel. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, we got to do it again sometime.
Oh, absolutely. This was an absolute blast. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Lance.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Say hi to Car Stream. Go check out all these amazing creators. They're incredible.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Surf Raid. Surf Raid. Everybody, did you enjoy that? Was that better than the modern day debates panel? Because I feel like that was a little bit better. It certainly didn't take as much of a mental toll from me as my last panel. And, you know, I didn't get called sus by half of other people's chats this time around. So, it is what it is. Listen, give me a second, Raiders. I don't know what entirely we're going to talk about just yet, but if you stick around for just a moment, I am Car, for those of you who didn't hear from Lance. I talk about black anarchist content. Sometimes I talk about the news on here while I'm on Twitch. Sometimes I play video games. Sometimes I make a song. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll make a song. Maybe we'll play some video games. But give me just a second to change up my video here. Now that I've left the Discord call, I will get my proper camera up there so you can see me in glorious 1080p instead of whatever this nonsense is. Oof, 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 oof. Hopefully it'll work. Takes a while for the thing to let go of my drivers. In glorious 1080p. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? And we're gonna have some whiskey, and we're gonna have a good old time, y'all. We're gonna have a grand old time. Just a grand old time. As you look at this zoomed in footage of my soundproofing. You like 144p. You like that low fidelity. You like that lo-fi. Listen, all of the followers, I greatly appreciate you coming on the stream with me here. So I asked some of my regulars. Feel free, by the way, any of my regular viewers, if you think there's a topic in the news I should discuss, go ahead. Since as always, I didn't plan ahead very well. So if you have any links of anything you want me to look over, feel free to drop it my way. Let's see here. Okay, discussion subject. I'm gonna change this with chat. Chatting with chat. You like VHS? Listen, VHS has its merits. Not many of them, but it has some merits, you know? Go to my creator dashboard here. I'm just chatting. Post panel chat. Come hang out. We're gonna be just chatting. Who knows? Maybe we'll play a game or something. Done. I actually do wine in soup or sauce is awesome. Yes, wine is incredible, by the way. Whoever said that. Wine in my face is awesome. Benjam and Fox, I appreciate you. I got to go back and read all the Twitch chats, people. Finjam and Fox, welcome to the channel. Stygians, welcome to the channel. Have I had whiskey in a soup? Jack Zender, yes, I have. Whiskey goes good, actually, in certain soups that maybe you make with a roast, like a nice beef roast. Is biscuit, it's grains suspended in milk. You eat biscuits crushed in... Wait, are you British? Are you calling cookies biscuits? Because we can't have any of that bonger nonsense here. Black Anarchist making music. Yeah, welcome. Hey, listen, if you get really carried away, you can even sub. Get to see some fun shit here. For the most part, all grains are cereals. Most of them are. I think there's some that aren't, but barley is a cereal grain. Millet is a cereal grain. Corn is a cereal grain. Wheat, bran, all that nonsense. From the Balkans. Hell yeah. Damn British with their beans and toast. Listen, I'm trying to find better insults against British people than just the beans and toasts, because it's old, it's tired, and from a lot of people telling me it tastes pretty good, I just at this point refuse to try it purely on principle. Alan Stanley II, don't hate me, but it's actually a fairly corporate, straightforward whiskey. This is Jim Beam Devil's Cut, and it's actually pretty damn tasty. Now, standard white label Jim Beam is dog shit. However, this is the one where they squeeze the bourbon that's been soaked in the barrels out and put it into the blend, into the malt. And from the walls of the barrel, the devil's cut, if you will. And it's pretty damn tasty. The commercial for it had Mila Kunis, and I love Mila Kunis. So overall, I strongly recommend. I lit some more incense. I think I need to light some more here in a second. Nag Champa incense is the only way to fly. Old and tired equals British humor. You know what? Funny thing is, growing up, I got into a lot of British novels. British satire, specifically. Douglas Adams is the GOAT of British satire. Douglas Adams, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul, Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Amazing. Yes, Mila Kunis is also delicious. Hell yeah, Nag Champa. Glad I have some fellow incense junkies with me here. I mean, I do call it Turf Island a lot. It's sad now that it's to the point where when I think about the UK, the first word that comes to my mind is Turf Island. Is that bad? Like, we shouldn't purely characterize it as Turf Island, but it's it's fucking Turf Island, y'all. Like, seriously. So what I'm gonna do is look at the news and see if we can't riff on the news a little bit, y'all. Well, here's what I'll ask. Here's what I'll ask. All right, I am going to look at the news, but if you all want me to play a game, or make a song, let me know, and I'll do that instead. Let's look at the headlines. Do I have a favorite scotch? Tartanape. Yeah, my favorite scotch is fucking none of them. I have not grown so old and deadened in my taste buds that I need to drink shit filtered through peat. Like, it's just rough. That being said, I would say Nardberg. Nardberg is very good. It has a sweet note that comes in at the end that makes it worthwhile slogging through that charcoal juice taste at the beginning. Follow a car that looks like it's nowhere it's going. Oh my God, another Douglas Adams nerd. Yes! Dirk Gently is amazing. Load of Brits coming over to our media, trying to convince Ireland to leave the EU with them. Yeah. How about they convince Ireland to leave the fucking United Kingdom instead? Scotch is filtered through peat. Sphenodon. Kellogg strikes. Oh my goodness, yes, protesting. People protesting against corporations and going on strike is always good news. Let's see here. Brian Laundrie, I don't care about him. Climate change is hurting your health. Yeah, tell me something I don't fucking know. I know. Kellogg strike. Let's find some news. Hey, Moo Aragon, find me a link. Listen, we are pro-Public d'Ire here on this stream. We are pro the Irish Republic here on this stream. I will probably be streaming maybe around the 25th or so, the Good Morty. I have some fun streams planned, perhaps even with some special guests coming up here towards the end of the month. So that's good news. All right, y'all. Listen. From Kellogg's to John Deere, who is striking right now? Monkey Ninja, I will fucking ban you. So let's talk about the Kellogg cereal worker strike. Why are we back on cereal? Was this your secret move, Mo Aragon, to get me talking about cereal again? Like, they didn't know I could flex some culinary knowledge on them motherfuckers. I watch tens of thousands of hours of cooking videos. I know entirely too much nonsense. You should watch Josh Weissman. He's good, but he's not as good as Adam Ragusa. Adam Ragusa is really, really based and really cool. He's like Alton Brown, but not a conservative shill that ruins my childhood. There is no cereal at John Deere, at least. That is true. All right, let's see here. Subject to... Let me set up my focus screen. Set up my focus screen. Nope. Learning to cook that tofu, the good morning. Mythical Kitchen. Haven't heard of Mythical Kitchen. Morty, I really only like tofu fried. Do you ever fry tofu? I think it's really good fried. If you all are iffy on tofu, deep fry that motherfucker. Bread that shit and deep fry it and cover it in fucking cheese. Oh wait, vegan. Shit. Fuck. Well, vegan cheese is bad. So find something else to cover it in. I don't know, tzatziki or something. Let's see here. Go capture. Okay. Sorry, I'm putting up my... If you bear with me for a second, folks, I'm pulling up the news. I'm not as skilled at this as their surf boys, okay? Streaming is secondary, but listen, since it's been forever and a half since I've actually released a scripted video, Lord knows I should get better at it. Just get that all out of there. Okay, cool. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. Deep fry leather and cover it in cheese. I think it's okay. 500,000 people striked in South Korea. Holy shit. That is something. You got to find me that story, too. All right, so the Kellogg cereal worker strike continues. Fucking based as the trade union returns. Sorry, if I'm going to read the news, I'll make sure to give you all the velvety smooth voice. Members of the Building and Construction Trades Council Union will return to work Thursday at the Kellogg cereal factory in Omaha, while the broader strike against the company continues. It's funny, the Good Morty, I almost saw that and read that as, I got some non-binary cheese, and I'm like, what is non-binary cheese? That sounds amazing. Is it cheese with they, them pronouns on the front? An estimated 100 third-party iron workers. Whoop, alert box. I didn't see the alert. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Latte. An estimated 100 third-party iron workers, carpenters, and electricians and other skilled tradespeople will go back to the plant to avoid defaulting on their contracts. Dan Osborne, president of the Omaha local of the bakery, confectionery, tobacco... Wait, what the fuck? See, this is why I love unions, because oftentimes local union collectives will organize with the just most oddball fucking industries. Okay. The Omaha local of the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union. Tobacco workers based. Listen, don't leave tobacco workers out of your prayers, folks. Said Monday, Kellogg's willingness to use other contractors during the strike has endangered the trade's union jobs. They'll lose their contracts. Kellogg's shares slipped less than 1% at 1:48 p.m. in New York. The stock has fallen almost 5% since the close of trading October 4th, the day before the strike began, while the broader market has gained. The company's roughly 1,400 cereal workers in the bakery and confectionery union remain on strike at plants in Omaha, Battle Creek, Michigan, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and Memphis, Tennessee. The locations produce cereals including Rice Krispies, Raisin Bran, Fruit Loops, Corn Flakes, and Frosted Flakes. Kellogg confirmed the latest move, saying in an emailed statement that, per their request, our third-party trade contractors are expected to come back to work as needed starting this week. The Trades Council didn't immediately respond to request for comment. All right, let's talk about strikes some more. 500,000 South Korean workers prepare to walk off the job in general strike. General strikes are awesome, everybody. But they need to have strong foundational organizing behind them. There's a GoFundMe for the strike fund for John Deere. All right, let's talk about South Korea. Then we'll do a segment on John Deere. We'll talk about that in a second. 500,000 South Korean workers walk off jobs in general strike. That is fucking solidarity forever right there, folks. We are legion. On October 20th, at least 500,000 workers in South Korea from across the construction, transportation, service, and other sectors are walking off their jobs in a one-day general strike. The strike will be followed by mass demonstrations in urban centers and rural farmlands, culminating in a national all-people's mobilization in January 2022. The Korean Confederation of Trade Unions, KCTU, the country's largest labor union umbrella with 1.1 million members, is organizing these mobilizations in a broad-based front with South Korea's urban poor and farmers. The 15 detailed demands, gotta love a strike with demands, always have concrete demands. Take a sip of whiskey and soda before I continue. Abolish irregular work, that is part-time, temporary, or contract labor with little or no benefits, and extend labor protections to all workers. Give workers power in economic restructuring decisions during times of crisis. 3. Nationalize key industries and socialize basic services like education and housing. Yes! They can't beat us all. There are power in numbers. There are so few of them. There are so many of us. Each and every one of you carries the power to collectively bring this entire fucked infernal machine grinding to a halt. Throw yourself into the mechanisms and bring it screeching to a halt, and demand that they allow you to build a better world. Today, South Korea ranks third in the highest annual working hours, and as of 2015, it was third in workplace deaths among member countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Over 40% of all workers are considered irregular workers. As in the U.S., many of these irregular workers labor in the gig economy, beholden to tech giants' apps. With an economy and society dominated by corporate conglomerates known as chaebol, or kaibol, I think I said it right that time, kaibol, South Korean people face increasingly bleak prospects. Hold on, I gotta learn how to pronounce this word. Stand by. We're going to learn how to pronounce this word. Whoop.
Chaebol. Chaebol.
Chaebol. I don't think they're saying it right. Chaebol.
Chaebol. Chaebol.
PH 14. The union keeps us strong, the good Morty. South Korean people face increasingly bleak prospects. The top 10% of earners claimed 45% of total income in 2016. Real estate speculation has led to a housing crisis, and privatization in education and healthcare are expanding disparities. As South Korea undergoes blowback from the effects of COVID-19 on the global economy, these crises have only sharpened. Behind the shiny electronics and cars that chaebol, like Samsung, Hyundai, or LG, are known for, lie countless stories of exploitation. Earlier this year, cleaning staff for LG Twin Towers, the company's skyscraper headquarters, camped outside the building for 136 days in the coldest winter months to protest layoffs and exploitative workplace conditions. LG hired goons to pour water into the workers' tents as they slept. One worker exclaimed, "What did we do wrong?" Imagine this giant conglomerate comes and floods your bedroom. Can you sleep? Know that we aren't that far removed historically from corporations literally being allowed to hire armed fucking killers like Pinkertons, armed private police, and armed security to literally kill protesters. It wasn't that long ago in the United States that they used to put out fucking hits on the heads of union organizers. Some of this shit literally happened in my parents' lifetime. It wasn't that long ago, folks. Exploitation and unsafe conditions are consistent. They are consistent across industries. Coal miners at Korea Coal, a government-owned coal mining operation, are suffering health conditions from breathing in coal dust and overwork. One coal miner recounted the plight of irregular workers. The government reduced the labor force by half, so now our unit has to do the job of 2 units, so everyone is ill. There is no one here who's not sick. Our wages need to increase, but have stayed the same. We work the same as regular workers, but we don't even get half the pay. You're right, they couldn't even let Fred Hampton sleep in his bedroom. You're absolutely right. So, let's talk about John Deere, right? So, how many of you are familiar with the concept of right to repair? Right to repair is something that actually goes across a number of industries, right? Right to repair basically says that you have a right for some equipment that you have purchased and own to, if it breaks down, to take your tools and repair it yourself or pay some independent repairman. Holy shit. Am I popular enough that I have fucking porn spammers now in my YouTube chat? Holy shit. That's something else. Online strips without clothing. No, stop spamming me, please. I mean, that's hilarious. I feel like I'm in the big time now. Went to one of those links and I gave them my credit card, but I never even got to see the online strips without clothing. And then after that, a bunch of weird charges appeared on my statement. Let's see here. Report. All right. Goodbye, user. Boop. Yes, I reported them as well and deleted their messages. So, right to repair says that you can go and repair your equipment. And the fight that right to repair has. Sorry, let me start this segment over. Threw me off with the porn spammers. Right to repair. Right to repair says that you have the right to take something that you own and repair it. This e-cig, or this phone, right? Or this Valve controller from Steam, right? You have the right to, if that breaks, to repair it, to modify it, to make it better. You own it, after all. You paid for it. You should own it. And that's what it says here on the screen. You bought it, you should own it, Period. You have the right to use it, modify it, and repair it whenever, wherever, and however you want. It's our mission to make sure that you can. So the right to repair movement says that. And what happens is the issue we run into is that corporations take any step that they possibly can to take away your right to repair. Some of it is in the very manufacturing of the devices. Let me ask you something. All of you out there with your smartphones. Honest question. How many of your smartphones have the ability to remove the battery? How many of you can take your phone apart right now, pop off the back, and take the battery out and go and buy another battery? I remember because I'm old. I'm in my 30s. So I remember the first cell phones. And more importantly than that, I remember when every phone had a fully detachable battery that you could take off and you could go online and buy a new battery. If any of you happen to be unfortunate enough to own an Apple, and I won't laugh at you too hard, but you really shouldn't own an Apple anything. You've known for years that you can't change your battery without voiding your warranty. And without, honestly, a serious amount of work on your part. Apple has told us all manner of lies. But they've told us all manner of lies about how they can't use screws. They can't use standard screws. They can't use standard screws. They have to use some kind of funky screws or no screws at all. They have to basically press the case of the phone together so that you need a fucking putty knife to take the thing apart. I have a friend who worked on phones for a living for a long time. And he told me your best tool when working on fucking any Apple products, because he also repaired laptops, is a putty knife so that you can literally wedge it into the casing to pop that electronic open. But when you pop it open, there's fucking screws in it. There's normal fucking screws in it. Ask and you shall receive, good Morty. They literally do this because they do not want you to repair your own devices. They want you to buy Apple Care. They want you to buy their repair plans. They want you to go to their authorized repair shops. And of course, give them more money. And now they're saying that you can have legal action taken against you for repairing your John Deere tractor. They will say that you are not allowed to repair your John Deere tractor. It violates your lease. It violates your warning. They can repossess it. John Deere is at the center of the conversation, but right to repair stretches across all industries. And as this website shows, there's a myriad of industries that talk about it. Let's talk about agriculture. Baboosh. Major AG associations support right to repair. John Deere has sent letters of opposition to legislators with every bill filed. They all say the same thing, that allowing anyone other than the Deere dealership to repair the equipment will result in the unsafe operation of its products, disruption of machine capabilities and performance, illegal changes to emission controls, voiding of warranties, lack of transparency to changes on resale, and less than optimal customer experience. All of these risks flow to the buyer at the point of purchase, and that's the truth, right? And the fact of the matter is, it is not John Deere's business to protect you from yourself. It most certainly the fuck is not a corporation's business to protect you from yourself. Radar, you're absolutely right. In your grandfather's era, tools were built to fucking last. Honestly, you want to know? This is going to... Listen, okay, let me become capitalist for a moment, you all. Let me let me talk about some capitalist love that I have, right? So, let me tell you all a story. The last department store that I really loved was Sears. Sears is gone now, at least in terms of brick and mortar retail operations. There is no more Sears. And I mourn its loss. I really do. Sears sold craftsman tools. And moreover, they made things to last. More importantly than that, Sears was, when I started my family living in another state, we got a Sears card and we bought our metal Christmas tree at Sears. It was the first non-living Christmas tree we bought, because putting a green, outdoor real Christmas tree in your house is a great way to get a horrible upper respiratory infection come January. It happens every year. Stop the pattern. Just put a fake tree in your house. You put a living, breathing thing that's just gathering up fucking mold spores in a warm room with a bucket of water underneath it. Terrible. Terrible. Stop doing that. You ever wonder why you get a real nasty cough or a cold around the holidays every year? Yeah. Take the real tree out of your house. Get a fake one. But we bought our tree there. We built our den there. We bought a TV from Sears. We went to Sears Optical to get our glasses. Around the holidays, we would always go and buy our Christmas ornaments at Sears. And when we bought our house, which is a fixer-upper, I needed tools. I didn't own any tools. And I went to Sears, and I bought a toolbox. And it just felt like Sears as a store was with me as I grew up and started my family and started my own life. And so it was there for us. Every step of the way, Sears was there for us, and now it's gone. And you know why it's gone? Sears is gone because they didn't raise their prices enough. They weren't capitalist enough as a corporation. I have a lot of respect for Sears, actually. Sears used to sell houses in a catalog. They used to sell everything in catalogs. And prior to, during, and after the Civil Rights Movement and during Jim Crow, when a lot of department stores were not even letting black people cross over the threshold, Sears catalog allowed them to buy their slice of middle class. Sears catalog allowed them to buy designer goods, allowed them to buy appliances, allowed them to buy houses when they couldn't go into retail stores. The Sears catalog was there for them. And so the Sears catalog allowed them to have their slice of the American pie. Yeah, I miss Sears. Sears is over 100 years old. There should be some respect for that company. Anyway, not to wax too sentimental. So let's talk about John Deere now, yeah? Let's talk about what's going on with John Deere. John Deere, right to repair is not what's behind the John Deere strike, though. John Deere is a massive tractor company, if you're not aware. And what they do is they sell tractors and agricultural equipment and farming equipment. And what happens is, God damn it, paywall shit. All right, so for instance, this article says a gentleman was astounded when a lightly used 2009 John Deere tractor sold at his last auction in Iowa for tens of thousands of dollars more than it had cost fresh off the production line more than a decade ago. Bought new for $109,000, sold for $143,000 at auction. There's a supply chain shortage. 10,000 John Deere workers went on strike. Right? They're on strike looking for better working conditions. there are demands, and the members at John Deere are striking for the ability to earn a decent living, retire with dignity, and establish fair work rules. They are represented under the UAW, the United Auto Workers. John Deere sells in dealerships, similar to cars. You can't go to Home Depot and buy a John Deere. You have to go to a dealership that's privately owned. It's their first major strike in 35 years. The union is providing members $275 a week in strike pay until the standoff is over, and they will picket Deere around the clock until they reach a contract. They rejected a contract offer this week that would have delivered 5% raises to some workers and 6% to others, because we all rise together, or we don't rise at all. And yeah, this could have knock-on effects for the entire agricultural and manufacturing industry. Brad Morris, the Deere Vice President of Labor Relations, said that they're determined to reach an agreement with the UAW that would put every employee in a better economic position and continue to make them the highest-paid employees in the agriculture and construction industries. In May, they stated that they were struggling to find enough qualified workers to meet their production needs. There's also strike workers that went on strike this year at the Volvo Trucks plant in Virginia and wound up with better pay. This is why strikes matter. The strikes have a domino effect. When one industry does it, or when one shop does it, the next shop can follow suit. That's why solidarity matters. Now, right now, I'm trying to find out the demands for the John Deere strike. I'm having trouble finding them. Where are the demands? Let's see. Hey, here we go. It's on the UAW.org, the actual union website. Wow, they went on strike at midnight, October 14th, after they failed to present an agreement that met the members' demands and needs. It says here, they strike for the ability to earn a decent living, retire with dignity, and establish fair work rules. They will bargain until the members' goals are achieved. 1 million UAW retirees and active members stand in solidarity with striking UAW members at John Deere. They worked through the pandemic after the company deemed them essential to produce the equipment that feeds America, builds America, and powers the American economy. There have been pickets set up across the country. What are the demands? I want to see the demands. I guess every shop has their own specific demands at the different facilities. And yeah. Where are you making bad puns? That'll get you banned. I'm the only one allowed to make bad puns. So, that's what's going on with John Deere. And also, that's the essence of right to repair. And yes, Virgil, right to repair could fuck over John Deere, since there won't be more tractors to buy. But this is why we need to make sure that they're paying their workers a living wage. That's why these things are important. Okay, we can have things like right to repair, and we can have ties workplaces, and we can have things like paying a fair living wage. Monkey Ninja, you might be right with that, actually. Yeah, wait, you know, they told us that we were essential. Did someone say mod community? What? As a moderator in online spaces, no comment. What I'll tell you is that we can have all of those things. And still keep the supply chain going. And yes, Monkey Ninja, the worst thing they did was say that we're essential. How are we essential if they're not paying us like we're essential? That's something to think about, you know. I think it was actually locally here in Ohio where an owner of a pizzeria decided to reward his workers for all their hard work. So for one day, he went and paid them all of the profits after overhead that pizzeria made, and split it among all of his hourly workers. Took all the profits after overhead for one day pizza sales and split it among all of his hourly workers. And all told, the cut that each of them got, they said, came out to roughly $78 per hour. $78 per hour to people getting paid normally $12 an hour. And the next day, all of his workers walked out, and none of them showed up to work. He probably thought in his mind, look at me. I'm, per worker, $78 an hour. He probably thought in his mind, I'm such a benevolent capitalist. Look at this money I give them. And he probably didn't realize what he was saying. Hey, this is how much of the fruits of your labor I profit. These are people being paid $12 an hour. They're generating $78 an hour. He's like, I am pocketing $66 an hour of your labor. And that didn't even occur to him, that there was a problem there. What was he doing with all of that profit? I really hope that those pizza workers went, and a guy can dream, right? I really hope that that those workers went and got some funding and started a cooperatively owned pizzeria. We talk about all the work that I do on YouTube. That motherfucker bread pilled those people far better than any debate bro, any YouTuber, any streamer could ever do by doing that. He did more than thousands of hours of YouTube leftist content could do by doing that. He basically put them all the way left in a single stroke. As soon as he heard that, as soon as he did that, probably 5 minutes later, he heard the Soviet national anthem blasting from the front of his pizzeria as they walked the fuck out. The Good Morty. Hey, the Good Morty. General rule of thumb that I have for starting a business, and you may or may not like the answer, but I'll lay it on you. You asked me, Good Morty, how much capital do I think it would take to start a co-op pizza place? Seriously asking, because maybe I could do that. Okay, so here's what I'll say. I'm using Cincinnati, Ohio, where I reside, as a barometer, but this really applies to most places unless you live in a hyper-inflated area like Los Angeles or New York City. But I generally say that to start a brick and mortar business, like upfront, and I mean liquid capital, you want $50,000. Liquid capital. And here's why. Now, I know some of you are transplants from American Johnson. He made a video about this, but I will paraphrase the video that he reviewed talking about this, right? Nebraska. Okay, so property values are a little cheaper. You might find places to save, but $50,000. All right. So start a pizzeria. What are you going to need, right? You want to start a pizzeria, you're going to need space. You're going to need a space. But here's the thing, right? You can't just have any space. You need to have a space that is coded up to code and permitted for food service, right? On top of that, to open that space, before you can do any fucking business whatsoever, you're going to have to probably pay $1,000 to $2,000 in inspector fees, because the inspectors have to come in and clear it for what you're trying to do. Then on top of that, you need equipment. You're going to need a pizza oven. If you're making any kind of pizza worthwhile that'll appeal to the granola fucking hemp-wearing leftists that inhabit the world, you're going to need a place that does brick-fired pizza and a stone oven, right? So you are probably in for 10 to 20,000. Maybe not that high. You're probably in for 5 to 10,000 for a stone oven to cook those pizzas. You're not going to get away with selling the fucking assembly line fucking conveyor belt pizzas that Domino's has. You're making good shit for people who like real pizza, you know? So, yeah, you're going to have to buy an oven. You're going to have to buy refrigerators for dough. You're going to have to buy mixer for ingredients, and you're going to have to buy mixers, big industrial stand mixers to make dough bases, to make pizza. I've made pizzas in a restaurant setting before. So you're going to need at least one big mixer with a dough hook to mix enough dough to make the dough bases for your pizza bases, right? You're going to need, in addition to refrigerators, you're going to need work tables. You're going to need workstation tables for people to toss and roll out and pound out the dough, right? I didn't say per person, 50,000 in total to open a brick and mortar. So if you're doing a co-op and you're expecting the startup members of that co-op to crowdfund it, they collectively need to come up with 50,000. I'm saying 50,000 in liquid capital. And I do mean liquid, cash money, not assets, cash money. You need 50,000 in capital, easily accessible, right? You're going to need prep station tables, right? Basic tools. You're probably in for about $1,000 to $2,000 worth of things like knives to slice vegetables, rolling pins, all that little shit. Those little tools that you use in the day-to-day. Pizza rollers, all right? You're going to need to spend another $1,000 or so on a POS system, not to mention monthly fees, because they usually charge a processing fee every month to handle your credit card and payment transactions. And the actual cash register itself. Okay. You're going to need to pay electric. You're going to need to pay utilities. And keep in mind that in addition to the fact that you're going to use a lot more utilities than a residence, fueling that much gas into a pizza oven or buying enough wood to do a wood-fired pizza oven, right? You're going to spend money on that too. You're going to spend a lot more electric powering your walk-in or all of your refrigerators and freezers to hold all of your ingredients, right? So that's a start. And, of course, you got to keep the lights on, too. Capital is hard to come by. And then you're probably going to need an internet connection. And because and by the way, it's going to be a few $100 a year for your business license, another few $100 a year for your food license. So, and because you're doing this at a place of business and not a residence, the price is doubled for internet and everything. You're going to need internet for your POS system and other stuff. Right? And then we haven't even talked about marketing, right? If you want your pizza place to succeed, you're going to need a marketing plan. You need a plan to market it. You need to be able to advertise. So you're going to need a few to 10 grand to advertise. You're going to need to buy some billboard space. You're going to need to get some radio spots. You're going to need to get some internet ads locally, maybe an interview spot on the news. This all costs money. So that's why I say the bare minimum before I would even consider opening a brick and mortar business of any sort is $50,000 cash sitting in a bank account ready to go. $50,000. And that's assuming that you have a fairly reasonable rent price of the place that you're moving into, assuming that you're renting and that you aren't owning or paying a mortgage on the place. If you're buying a place on a mortgage, then maybe you're doing a little bit better. If you're renting, not so much. You're probably going to be renting, though, right? Real estate in any town that is permitted for food production is almost all owned by landlords, and it's exceptionally expensive to build new commercial space. More because that gets into the upper hundreds of thousands, close to millions. Now, there's other options. Right. So there's other options if you want to go the anarchist route. You can operate outside of some of the codes and the laws. You can operate via punk kitchens, anonymous places that dodge the inspectors. And you can create your own, you can hire some people for a lot less to create your own gig delivery app and make it a cooperatively owned gig app. It is possible. It's very possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I want you to do it. I'm just letting you know because you asked that the need for capital is real, and that's the problem. Is that it's really hard to get capital for cooperative projects. But, you know, if you want to operate outside of, let's say, legal structures, operate via punk kitchens, find a way to take home-cooked meals, home-cooked pizzas, and deliver them to people. You can make an app for that for a lot cheaper. You can hire people who make mobile apps online for a lot cheaper. And this uses the existing infrastructure that people already have. It is not an American dream. That's what it makes it. It makes it an American nightmare and a fucking lie. There is no American dream. That's where we are right now. The American nightmare. It is doable, though. I do say it's very possible. There are in every major city, I can't speak for rural areas, but there are in every major city organizations that exist solely to help cooperatives find seed capital and startup funding. Believe it or not, there are angel investors out there that want to invest in cooperatives so that they can get off the ground. Generally speaking, cooperatives, you're going to need to institute some rules. You're going to need to be a bit selective in who can become an owner. You're going to want to get some people with good credit and existing income to help you on some of those loans. If you have an inheritance, that's something to try. I would honestly consider a food truck route. Restaurants are... Listen, you talk to any investor, you talk to any financial advisor, the good Morty, they'll tell you restaurants are risky. Everyone always says the same thing. Oh, restaurants are risky. Restaurants are risky because restaurants are trendy. A new restaurant follows trends. Your opening day, people could be blowing your doors out, you know? They could be wrapped around the building to come get the Good Morty's pizzas. But as Twitchy Bite just said, 90% are out of business in 5 years. Even the wealthy fucking restaurants here in Cincinnati that all of the posh fucking metropolitan rich white hipsters go to all the time to drink $15 margaritas, the ones with big fucking millionaire investors behind them, 2 years later you see on Facebook, oh, this restaurant will be closing its doors. at least a food truck has some flexibility and a slight decrease, since you're not in New York City, a slight decrease in startup capital needed. You can buy a used food truck. Capital is hard. People say, oh, a lot of small business owners fail because they don't have the education to run a business. It has nothing to fucking do with education. Some of it might have business acumen is important, but all of that talk about business acumen and training to run a business and blah, 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 what it ultimately boils down to is capital. It takes a lot of capital to get started. And the majority of that capital to get started, honestly, is marketing. Marketing is huge, right? You need an immensely expensive marketing campaign. Ideally, every step that you take in the startup should be towards the quality of your product and the marketing of your product. Yeah, people put their houses up as collateral now. Outside of big money markets, Pharaohs, I see your question. What's licensing like for food trucks? This is something I actually researched quite a bit because it was something I was considering doing. And to this day, I'm considering doing some kind of snack stand. But licensing for food trucks outside of big money markets. And when I say big money markets, I mean markets like New York City, Los Angeles, San Diego, things like that. Outside of big money markets, licensing for food trucks isn't as bad as licensing for a restaurant. It tends to be on par with or slightly cheaper, but the good news is that you have less overhead. Less overhead is that you just have to keep the truck and its equipment up and running. You don't have to pay an electric bill for a food truck. You don't have to pay a gas bill with a food truck. You know, you just have to fuel your expendable resources in the food truck. Now, the reason I say outside of big money markets, right? New York City charges almost 6 figures a year for licensing for their food trucks. So don't go to a major city like that. I mean, Cincinnati is probably a little more affordable, and we're having a fucking hipster renaissance in this fucking city. Just gentrifiers running wild. So I'm sure your food truck would be profitable here. Small carts and stuff like that can be a lot more affordable. You see those a lot in minority communities. While I would never advocate doing anything illegal, food carts and things like that are outside of those big money markets I mentioned before. They are often less susceptible to checks to see if they're actually licensed or not. Not to mention, a lot of cities for food cart or like a hot dog stand and things like that require a much cheaper and smaller public vendor permit than a full-on food license. Right. Are you a Cincinnatian, Ferraz? Holy shit. 513 in the house. Oh my god. Do not get me started on fucking Over the Rhine. Oh my god. Do not get me started on fucking 3CDC. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not going to talk about 3CDC. I'll get fucking pissed off. I'll be ranting for the next 2 hours about 3CDC. Honestly, it factored heavily in my... It was what was on my mind for the very first scripted video that I did on this channel. A City of Riot, a Lesson. Because that was 3CDC. 3CDC was the fucking result of the Cincinnati uprising of 2001. Thoughts on something other than food, like screen printing or porta potty companies. So, thoughts on screen printing, Twitchy Bite? Thoughts on screen printing. Screen printing is cool because you can get a pretty workable setup. If you can afford the equipment, like the professional level equipment, like the manual presses and screens, you can get a cool rotator set up. fit just about anywhere. Even if you're living in a small apartment, you can set that up. And it's not too difficult to cheaply source the shirts. What I would tell you is make sure you aren't stealing art. Make sure the artists contributing your designs, if they're not you yourself, are properly compensated. I think a screen printing company making t-shirts is a very good model for cooperative ownership. And the equipment for it is something that might run a little bit cheaper than some other things. Where I live right now is taken over by fucking craft microbreweries. And craft microbreweries are an exceptionally expensive fucking startup to run. And it becomes very clear that it's nothing but a bunch of rich, white motherfucking restaurant investors diversifying their portfolios. When you actually dig beneath the surface, this big craft beer renaissance that we're having here in Cincinnati, all it is motherfucking restaurant investors deciding, hey, let's fund some fucking bearded white bros and their little brew that they made in their college dorm. Let's give them $2 million. Communist beer is tasty. There's the problem is it's not very popular, and it's hard for communists to get the same foothold as these fucking millionaire-backed private craft breweries, which is really taking the whole point of microbrewery away from the whole craft beer movement. When you have them with massive ad campaigns and sponsoring music festivals and shit. It's so I always feel a pang when I drink a craft beer because it's gentrified nonsense. It's horrible out here. It really is. Yeah, screen printing can be done inexpensively. Hold on. I need another seltzer. I know a couple people that started their own screen printing in their fucking garage. And a few of them have even stopped to do it full time. You see, me, I took the worst option. I decided to start YouTubing in my basement. And look where that got me. Don't spill it on the keyboard. You are correct, Salami. Is that Cammy? Salami, is that you? Cammy, is that you? Cammy, is that you? I bet that's you, isn't it? Alrighty. Alrighty, let's see here. So, resell on Kijiji. What the fuck is Kijiji? And flea markets. Yeah, what you got to watch with craft brew also is, yeah, they get bought up by craft beer, or they get bought up by the macro brew, the big corporate giant beer shit. I do not have Kijiji Twitchy Bite. I'm searching it up now. Buy, sell, and save with Canada's #1 local classifieds. Kijiji. Twitchy Bite. Twitchy Bite. I live in the United States. I live in the United States. Why would I want some fucking maple syrup stained shit like Kijiji when I live in the United States? Here, you know what? Because of that, now I'm gonna call you out. Wrong salami. Okay, Ken. All right, look at this. Okay, we're here on the page, right? And to see classified ads, or post your own ad. Click an area. Alberta, British Columbia, next door. Oh, God, next door. Gentrifiers and busybodies are us. Ugh. Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland. Hey, Newfoundland. Newfies can be cool. I know they like their beer up in Newfoundland. Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and territories. This is for Canadians. Twitchy Bite. This is for Canadians. I live in the U.S. We smoke cigars, we drink bourbon, and we shoot guns here. I mess with you. Trolling Nextdoor is fun. Oh my God, Monkey Ninja. They made me a fucking moderator on Nextdoor. Isn't that hilarious? You ever considered that? They made me a community reviewer. I can like vote to remove posts. Use every opportunity to spew anarchist nonsense on Nextdoor. They made me a moderator. You want to know what like 80% of my Nextdoor is? It's lost dogs. It's people who can't keep up with their fucking dogs. Hey, I spotted this dog walking on That's what like the majority of Nextdoor is for me. I mean, it's good to like buy stuff off your neighbors, I guess. Itty bitty living space. Itty bitty living space. What living space? I live in this coal chamber. I don't have a living space. This is it. Boom. Hey, Big Man Davis, what's happening? How are you? Yeah, I should do a GTA stream again sometime. I think that's where I met you. Playing GTA. Yes, Big Man Davis. Big Man Davis, you ask me every time you come in stream chat if I remember you. And every time, yes, I remember you. I did an afternoon stream playing GTA on stream, and I was getting fucking tilted about all the modders in my session. And we played a bit together. I remember. It's okay. I remember. I know who you are. Plus, I think you're a subscriber. So I certainly remember. I remember. The best place to kill cops is in GTA. The best car culture is in GTA. I only like car culture in video games. I'm a big fan of car culture in GTA, but car culture outside of GTA is fucking cringe. And I don't like it. And I don't like people who are tuners, and I don't like all that bullshit. But in GTA, they recently released the Los Santos Customs update. That shit is slick. Y'all got to see my car. Wondering if I can start up how quickly I can start up GTA. But I don't think people here are tuned in to watch me play GTA. Hey, I have 69 viewers. Nice. I actually only play GTA Online, Spike Trees. I love GTA Online. GTA Online is a beautiful catastrophe. It really is. Because what GTA Online is a work of art. It really is. Obviously, notwithstanding, Rockstar is a shit company that crunches the fuck out of their devs and uses very, very exploitative fucking monetization models with loot crates and shit like that. They literally have a fucking casino in their game. They make so much money off of their shark cards that GTA Online might be the single most profitable game ever made, and it's showing no signs of stopping. Anyway, so GTA, the actual setting, the world that it takes place in, is basically a beautiful encapsulation of what happens if capitalism goes fully mask off. Capitalism is basically full force in GTA. No. The experts are talking about it, Big Man Davis. With shark cards, they're saying Rockstar might... we're talking in terms of percentage, right? We're talking about percentages here. In terms of how much it costs them versus how much money it makes, GTA might be the most profitable game. GTA is the... it's a beautiful capitalist catastrophe. The thing that always sticks out to me, there's a billboard in GTA advertising the Los Santos Police Department, the fictional city where GTA takes place, in part. And it literally says at the end, you get a free gun. And to me, that little phrase is so hilarious that that's how they advertise becoming a cop. Saying you get a free gun. Basically suggesting that violence is just a common part of life in this weird alternate reality world that GTA exists in. Yeah, no, in the game, I recently bought my submarine. You can buy a nuclear submarine manned by a guy named Pavel. A Russian dude named Pavel. Helps you for a heist. Everybody's big on the Cayo Perico heist now. No, I thoroughly enjoy GTA Online. Like, for a while, my favorite thing to do was gun running for my motorcycle club. Just riding my motorcycle around, fucking delivering gun supplies. That shit's fun. I have the fastest motorcycle in the game now. I finally got it. Yeah, I think I was asking you to give me some money, Big Man Davis, when we first met. Driving around is fun. All right, what are we talking about here? They also, incidentally, with the Los Santos Tuners update, or Los Santos Customs, they also released the single fastest car in the game. And I don't mean the fastest sports car, or the fastest exotic car, the fastest supercar, or the fastest open-wheel racer. I mean, they released a car that is faster than every other land vehicle in the fucking game. That's the Calico. They released the Calico, and this thing, when it has low grip tires on, is faster than any other fucking car. It's faster than formula cars for some reason. It's absolutely insane. Can't really explain it. Because it's a game that has open wheel races where you can buy a formula car, and yet this fucking sedan, this coupe's, excuse me, not a sedan, it's this sport coupe, is faster. I can see if I can boot up GTA. Bum 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 bum. Yes, car go fast. The good Morty. Car go fast. Well, only because I figure less people would be less interested to see me make a song. So, turn it into a music chill stream, so maybe I'll do some gaming instead. Only because there's always much news going on, but some of the news I actually want to discuss in a video. Shit keeps happening with Haitian people that I might have to make a third video about Haiti, because I think we've kind of ignored for too long just how complicit the United States is in fucking over Haiti. And I could probably make a whole video just talking about the role that the United States played in the assassination of their president and things along those lines, which is pretty fucked if you think about it. Yes, please. Everybody talk about Haiti. If you're not talking about Haiti, you should be talking about Haiti. Uh-oh. I broke something. Did you really, Moo Aragon? I really appreciate hearing that. Yeah, there's some kidnapped missionaries, and honestly, we deserve a discussion to talk about why missionaries are basically colonialism 2.0, and I hate them. Christian missionaries are bad. Missionaries are bad. Stop being missionaries, people. Missionaries are bad. Not good. Not very good. Also, you know, I was watching another streamer that I like to watch donate to the Lambie Fund. The Lambie Fund is good. Haiti One is also a good one to actually donate, that works on the ground with actual people of Haiti, and it's run by the people of Haiti, making sure that the funds go to the communities, and they even have itemized breakdowns of where your dollars are spent. Yeah, I call them 2.0 were just because they're not completely the same as colonizers who seek just to move in to squat on land and take it over. You love history too, Mo Aragon. I am a history buff. I don't show it because I'm not all that smart, but I love history. History is good. Very good. Lately, I've been playing Far Cry 5 because I've had it in my Steam library. I kept saying that I wanted to play it, and now I see all the talk about the latest Far Cry 6, and I'm like, well, fuck, I love Giancarlo Esposito, so obviously I'm going to play Far Cry 6, but I can't do that without playing Far Cry 5. And Far Cry 5 is fun, and it has nothing to do with the disdain that I have for white Christians. None whatsoever. Very good game. Ubisoft is terrible. They're a bad company. Far Cry 5 is a good game. Far Cry series in general, one of the few series to get me emotionally invested in anything. So props to them for that. All right. For some reason, my computer is lagging really hard right now. I'm not sure why. Did you really load up GTA? Yeah. That's a great question. Are you asking, can I sing or do I sing? The answer is, yes. Yes, I do sing. I sing to myself all the time. Can I sing? No, I am a dreadful singer. Lots of people say that I have a great voice, but this voice is really only great for speaking just at this pitch. If I try to go any higher or any lower, it fucks it up. And so singing is out of the question. I have no training whatsoever in singing. It's hard. I don't even know. How do you train someone to sing? That shit's bonkers, right? Like, do you like touch their vocal cords through their neck and like position them properly to hold the notes? See, I don't know. Singing is hard. I don't know how anybody does it. There's some amazing vocalists out there, and I just stand in awe of their skill. No, I can't sing. But sometimes you'll hear me singing to myself. I have to be careful, though. They can ding you on copyright even just for singing a song you like on stream. Breath control and practice. Breath control plays a part even in public speaking. That's part of the reason why I can talk for so long. Virgil Dendrick. Well, you know, came from Sister Act. Monkey Ninja, I make electronic music. Oh, the good Morty, I can absolutely scream. You didn't talk about metal. I could absolutely scream. You know, one of my favorite metal bands is Lamb of God, and I think I could do what Randy Blythe does. Supposedly, I don't know, at one point he worked with a really well-known vocal coach, and now he does some vocal coaching of other people. Oh, yeah. No, Randy Blythe is the GOAT. Lamb of God, it's awesome. If there was a day I could live, if there was a single breath I could take, I'd trade all the others away. The blood's on the wall, so you might as well just admit it. It's good shit. Love Lamb of God. For some reason my connection is struggling with the launcher. Let's see here. It's because I'm streaming. I bet it's because I'm streaming. Hey. Oh, thanks for the tier 1 sub. You are a vision, You are appreciated. Rugs for Thugs. That is a hell of a name. Thanks for the follow. Try not to sing, though. I don't want to blow out the ears of anybody listening on headphones. That would be terrible. Just terrible. Let's see now. For some reason, my Rockstar Games launcher is not launching properly. Are you enjoying the background music? Oh, shit, I should have said that. Hey, Monkey Ninja, yes, all of the music you hear on my channel, both in the background of my scripted videos and in the background right now, and in the pre-roll to the start of my stream, is made by me. I made it myself. I make electronic music. Now's a good time to consider my Patreon. Patreon supporters get full access to full-length tracks of all of my background music. Since I'm having trouble getting my Rockstar Games launcher to actually launch, it turns out I might be doing some music stuff. Who knows? Let's see here. My streams are very chaotic, so hopefully nobody tuned in that wanted any kind of focus on any particular subject or anything like that, because that's not what you're going to get. I am sorry to disappoint in advance. But you want to hear some music? I can give you some music. Hold on. Where's this thing at? All right. So let's just open up the DAW here and see what we got. Yeah, I was thinking the other day about how much I hated fucking hated Ed Sheeran. And then I'm like, I should make some fucking Euro trash, fucking early 2000s dance trance beat, because fuck Ed Sheeran. Make it just to not have his voice in it. I'm not that good at humming in tune. But yeah, no, I make all the music on my channel, and going to be working on some collaborative music projects here in the near future, which will be a lot of fun for everybody. Wait, what was this one? I don't even remember what this one was. Anyway, that was the thing that I made. I think this was the song I made on my last stream. The last time I did a music chill stream. Whoops, muted the wrong one. But yeah, that's one that I did on my last music chill stream. I think that one actually came out pretty good. I liked it anyway. No. Right. There's another one that I did on a stream, if people are interested. Hope I didn't lose too many people geeking out over music nerdery. Work. Let's see. I remember being of mixed mind on how this one came out, but you all can tell me what you think of it. Put my ear monitors in. Yeah. So there's that one. Oh, thank you, Rugs for Thugs. This is FL Studio that I'm using. I am using FL Studio. And the good news is what's happening with you all is that I don't remember. I make songs like every day, and I don't even use them all, so I don't always know even what I made. Oh, wait. You all heard that one. That's one that's on my pre-roll. That's not a new one. Everyone's heard that one. And let's see here. Let's find a different one. Yeah, I use FL Studio. I like the and oftentimes, for the most part, I use the ReFX Nexus plugin for the synths. I find that one comes out really good a lot. Used this one in a recent video, I think. So yeah, there's that. And then I think I got one more, because I think my Rockstar Game Launcher might have actually came up here. Yeah, you know, Lincoln, I still hate the snare, so I get where you're coming from. Wait, I already did that one. Let's see. I'm muted. What do you mean I'm muted? Can you all not hear me? Can people not hear me? The number 3. Everybody, tell me. Someone in chat, tell me what number I just said. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not muted. Yeah, all right. I don't think I muted myself. Patience, Big Man Davis. I'll be there shortly. But yeah, that's how that one goes. Yeah. So, for anyone new to the channel who's actually stuck around to listen, as I see myself losing viewers, that is the music that I make. And yeah, that's what I do. All right, so what I got to do now is figure out how to get my game up on here. I'm glad you like it, Lincoln Bio. I am very glad that you like it. Definitely become a patron or YouTube member to get access to those kickin' tunes. Watch, my game's gonna fucking crash now because I tabbed out of the screen. That's the only complaint I have, is that the shit, if you tab out of the screen, the shit crashes. Oh, there we go. We're in. I need to make sure I turn off the music in the game, because I got dinged on fucking video game music of all things. It's like ridiculous, right? Like who does that? For playing the first time I played Saints Row the Third on stream, they fucking dinged me on the music of all things. Isn't that some bullshit? I can only hope they don't demonetize the stream just for this me know how to turn off. I guess I could just mute the audio for it. There we go. So you can't hear it. Ominous crime committing music. Because the best crimes are the ones that you commit in a video game. You know, we say lots of we make lots of jokes about doing bad things in Minecraft. Why don't we ever make jokes about doing things in GTA? Like, hey, I like to kill cops in GTA. Or like to blow up buildings in GTA. Right now, Jesus, what time is it? Oh, yeah, no, I'm good on time. I hope I have enough seltzer. I drank all of the whiskey, y'all. I wish I had more whiskey. But you see, it's empty is the problem. And it has little to no effect on me. One time in GTA, Rugs for Thugs. I have gin, though. It's this Hendrix Orbium. I don't know how I feel about this. I've drank almost all the bottle, but I still don't know how I feel about this. They say it's infused with wormwood extract and lotus blossom flavor. What the fuck does a lotus blossom taste like? Somebody tell me what a lotus blossom tastes like. I don't know what a lotus blossom tastes like. Hey, I was awarded 100,000. I'm supposed to log in every week to get that money, and I keep forgetting. Oh my goodness. The best week ever was when they gave bonus it tastes like Zen. Well, I guess it's better than saying it tastes like poison. It just tastes like gin. It just tastes like really flowery gin, which is already the flavor of gin, you know? Me thinks it might be a scam that they added some cheap fucking flavors to their same gin and repackaged it as something else. All right. Big man, you're invited to game. And anyone else who happens to play GTA. Where's my fucking car? Oh, god damn it. Well, hey, there's our first mission, is get my fucking car back. Or my motorcycle back. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. Where's my goddamn bike? Oh, is that what they're doing with shampoo, Lincoln? Just fucking... They're just calling it different flavors or aromas. Flavors. Whoa. Hopefully not too many of you drink shampoo. I mean, I do from time to time, but... I need to steal a car, because if I spawn one of my cars, it'll take away the car that I'm trying to get. Big man, you got the invite. Oh, holy shit. T-tops? Haven't seen that in a decade or so. Whoa, I've been playing other games, so now I forgot how to drive. You know, I do like jojoba oil, but I find you need to buy actual African products to get the actual jojoba in it. Otherwise, you're talking trace amounts of this bullshit that they claim is in your product. Jojoba is good. It's got a good smell, and it serves the purpose for my wonderful beard oil that I use for my wonderful... Hello! Serves the purpose for my wonderful beard oil. Hey, big man, we gotta go get my bike back from the fucking cops. How did you manage to die in a fighter jet? Those of you who have beards, make sure you're using a beard wash and a beard oil and a beard conditioner. Jojoba is a plant extract oil. Rafael Jaramillo. Now, I could just pay $200 to get my car back. But where's the elegance in that? It's similar to shea butter, Rafael Jaramillo. I assume that's how you pronounce your name. Hey, big man, you gotta shoot these cops for me when I go get my bike. Oh, one-seater. Shit. Oh no. Poor big man. Yeah, oh. Rafael Jaramillo. Or Jaramillo. Okay, that makes a little more sense. You know, it almost sounded like a name of an anime character. I didn't know what I was looking at. I guess it's a one-seater. Hold on. Hold on, I got something for this. Here's my mechanic.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's coming at you.
Yep, that didn't work out. Oh, my car just arrived, too. Oh, god damn it. All right, so we have to do that again and go get my car back. I bet you I got a faster bike than you. Oh, there's a bounty up ahead. Let's get him. Woo! Yeah, no, a lot of the marketing out there does make ridiculous claims about the ingredients in all of these products, and it's kind of silly when you think about it. Hey, the good Morty. You became a channel member. Good on ya, cuz. Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you for supporting my weirdness. Alright. Enough of dealing with 5-0. Yes, thank you for the support, the good Morty. All right, let's see what we got here.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. It's coming at you.
Let's see now. I assure you, big man, my car is faster. That doesn't mean I can drive it. I know, right? They made mirror finish an option. And of course, the sci-fi future lover in me had to get that. Oh, missed that turn. I mean, it is a casual manslaughter sim. That is kind of part of it. But, you know, it's actual fun car culture.
Hey, so Santa sent you, right? Hop in. Got a to-do list here. You drive it. Hey, Seth said you was a real driver. Well, allow me to make your acquaintance. Lil D, Seth's cousin. I'm gonna help you with this Bolingbroke job. But first I need to pick up something from an associate of mine.
Yeah, no, what's not to love, Lincoln?
Alright, now we're gonna take care of my business, and in doing so, we're gonna take care of your business. You feel me? Now I'ma level with you. My ass go to jail, there's some real bad people gonna be looking to take advantage of my absence. Pernicious motherfuckers, you feel me? Can't let that happen. So I'm gonna make a move right now, get the jump before they jump me. Tie this shit off. Ain't nothing a problem when you proactive. Lil D don't plan to fail, cause I don't fail to plan. You feel me? Hey, this ride my baby, fool.
Collagen peptides. I do not even know what that does. Collagen, like the shit that they inject in people's lips and eyebrows? Is that what you're talking about?
him. This won't take long.
Wait. Why don't you just grind up some fingernails and inhale it through your nostrils? Just huff a line of the powder of ground up fingernails, like a line of Coke.
Alright, take me to this address. That's where these motherfuckers live. Now, my expectation is that we'll be unable to resolve our differences peacefully. So after I take this piece and shoot one or two of these fools, I'ma have myself a first-class ticket to jail. Ain't gonna be no one to mess around while I'm inside. Labor saver, y'all. Oh, be careful with the paint job.
Who said anything about killing people? You could use sustainably produced, ethically sourced fingernails that you dry and grind up in an artisanal process and then inhale them up your nostril. You get plenty of keratin in that fashion.
You stay here.
Yo, Seth told me you was working with Lil D. That dude love his cousin, because he's willing to go to hell and back for him, or in this case, Bolingbroke, which is the same thing. You just gotta trust his method, you know? In my experience, that means be ready for some crazy shit to go down. I'll holler back at you later.
Hey, you took my door off. People are going to shoot me now.
Okay, that concludes my shit. Hey, let's finish these fools. Or if you think you can put them in the rear view, let's hit it. Hey, fuck you. Damn, some reckless endangerment, dog. Where you gonna go? Let's fucking go.
Hey, I feel like I lost Big Man. See off joyriding my car? You got to do a jump in it. And that's not even with the low grip tires. I put the low grip tires on that thing. It's amazing. It's faster, but it's uncontrollable. Like, you'll spin out on every turn if I do low grip tires. Hey, do me a favor. When I finish this mission, leave your motorcycle club so I can add you to my MC so we can, like, group up.
Go fuck yourself, alright?
I feel like I escaped the gang members. Really? More of them? Really?
Hey, fuck you.
You feel fungover from taking collagen peptides. I wonder if it's kind of like doing ayahuasca. You know, part of your trip and your hallucination and your journey and your ego death is vomiting your guts up. Could be something like that. Or maybe it's like drinking concentrated nutmeg. Just the worst kind of drunk. Big man, have you not played the Los Santos Tuners update? Because they introduced some of the fastest cars they've ever made in that update. Kids, don't drink and drive. All right, fuck it. Whoa!
Alright, next stop, police. You know, I ain't never handed myself in before, but it's gonna be fine, right? The only real chains are in your mind, you know? I close my eyes, I'm on a private island and prison foods crying real. Transcendental shit. Hey, and as soon as I'm in Bolingbroke, I'm gonna get to work for you. You at the station yet?
Whoop.
Come on, this baby fresh out the shop.
Shit.
Whoa, take it easy.
Yes, do not drink and drive, kids. Wow, did he really leave my car all the way over here?
This is Santa. She family. She said she'd look after my car. Cool to take it around to her.
Almost got away with it. Yep.
Hey, buddy.
He done? Man, feels weird leaving his...
Oh, you put low grip tires on yours? It's hard to steer on them shits. I don't leave them on for missions because, or races. You really can't even have them on for races. It's hard to, because you spin out every time you turn. Yeah, no, I can't drive with the low grip tires on. That's too much. Great. Now come to the fucking shop. Bring my car back, too. Alright, let's see here. Wait, are we riding on the low grip tires right now? Well, that sounds fun. You know, I kept hearing about that movie Were. I never watched it, though. That guy is glitched. Get in the truck. Truck. You know, Hollywood loves Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds is Hollywood's greatest idiot. And, yeah, no, I heard good things. It seemed funny. And I do like Ryan Reynolds. He's hilarious. Whoa, lag spike. Hella sexist and mindless. That's unfortunate. You'd think we'd grown past the point of using cheap sexist tropes and things like that. It seemed like at least a funny movie, if anything else. Vaguely tried. First said I hate wearing earbuds. Jesus Christ. Well, I don't expect paradigms to be shifted in big budget movies. That's not very common, is it, Lincoln? Need Korea to do that. Was that who was behind Squid Game? Was Korea? I'm assuming. I haven't actually watched it. My kid keeps telling me to watch it. I know I should watch it, big man. I know I should watch it, but, you know, I have issues focusing. Because, like, I know I need to watch the entire series. like the entire season. If anything, to watch large, dull robots kill things sounds like a lot of fun. Certainly seems to feature in a lot of memes. That's the worst part, is when you see a popular piece of media and it takes over the memes, especially for boomers like me who are still on Facebook, and you haven't seen it. You feel left out of the club. That FOMO hits you hard, but it's never really stopped me. I went against my normal policy link in bio and watched one of the new Matrix trailers, and I am stoked for it. I'm also stoked for the next Ghostbusters. Have you all watched that trailer? That shit slaps. I'm also stoked for Halloween Kills. Haven't watched it yet. Plan on watching it. I loved the 2018 Halloween. That was really, really good.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. It's on the way.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait for it. No. All right, what is this? Yeah, take me to my take me to my car. I heard some of the criticisms of Halloween Kills. Some people said it was a little too much action. I'm not actually a boomer. Monkey Ninja, I'm in my 30s. I am on the older end of millennial, but sometimes I feel ancient doing this online shit because so many people are like 20-somethings. Yeah, you remember? Remember Ghostbusters? I remember. Hey, we don't kill the innocents, big man. We kill the cops in GTA Online. Alright, let's see here. Alrighty. Back to the auto shop. Let's roll. I do have a kid, and I do use Facebook. Ooh. Hey, wow, we got a Gen Xer in chat. You are older than me. So you remember the time before cell phones.
My guy will get it where it needs to be. Good work.
Listen, millennials, there will never be another weird, twisted, fucked up generation because we saw the birth of the internet age. The long, long ago, the before time. I remember when somebody talked about something like a car phone was something that only rich people had. And a cell phone at one point was something that it was a surprise that you had a cell phone. Yeah, no, at any given time, back in the old days, I used to have memorized at least 10 to 15 phone numbers. And I'd say I still do know quite a few phone numbers, just not nearly as many as I used to. Like, tell you an old story, when my sister wanted to go to a skating rink, she had to pull out her own little phone book and get the number of the skating rink to ask how late they were open. You think there was any fucking Google search results on Google Maps telling you the hours back then, son? You had to go to that fucking Yellow Pages to find that shit. Your first car was a Cadillac? I'm jealous. My first car was a luxury car. The problem is it was a car that was like over 10 years old when I got it. It was close to like 15 years old. Oldsmobile 88 Royale, 1993. 1993 was a great year, folks. Baby blue with matching baby blue leather interior. Did you pay for the service to use the car phone, Monkey Ninja? You think they discontinued that service by the time you got the car? I never had the really cool Nokia. Which model was that fucking Nokia brick? That fucking indestructible phone. Which model was that? You used to borrow it from your friends to play Snake. Remember that back in the day? I did have a Nokia that was very popular among the Utes. Is that the paint job you went on with that beater? Jesus.
Okay, y'all know the destination. Time to get your ass up in the penitentiary. This a different kind of score, but it's still a break-in, okay? Let's do it. Now,
I am obsessed with beating you there, big man.
targets all lined up for you. We make our big entrance, hit 'em, get gone.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't forget, Lil D, he booked a ticket out of there too. You get his fat ass back to me in one piece, you get your fat ass check.
Rugs for thugs. Have a good night.
Speakerphone. Let me get K up in here.
What up, though, babe?
A lot of people online were saying that the new dialogue in these missions was annoying, but I think there's some veiled racism there. You got a couple black characters, awesome black characters using AAVE, and people are getting shitty about it. Fuck the racists. Fuck them.
I guess it's on.
KDJ and Sasanta are fucking awesome.
I guess it's coming with a heavy paycheck, right?
We got every gang in the city paying us on this one. I told you, baby, they snitches. Played their own people against each other. And now they sitting pretty.
I'll wait for you to get here before I do the jump. In what's one of the most fun missions in the game.
Is everybody ready to go in hard, come out clean?
Mainly just because of the jump.
It's all gonna be over.
Hell yeah, let's get this money, baby.
Listen, once you get there, don't waste no time. The ramp is in position. All you need is a long run-up.
Then lift off, baby. Now, I heard of drugs going over the fence, but never a whole motherfucking wrecking crew.
Are you ready, big man? All right.
I know that sound. We airborne, baby.
Hey, you stick this
This way, this way, this
Your
way.
dash cam gonna be worth its weight in gold. Be ready, y'all. They gonna have choppers in the sky.
Girl, PD always got choppers in the sky.
Soon as you in, you on the clock.
I mean, this counts as based, right? We're doing a prison break.
The way through to the yard is right near the water tower.
The authorities gonna take exception to you landing a whole ass card in a prison yard. I expect they're gonna come at you hard.
I mean, it's kind of iffy because there's a couple of prisoners that I'm supposed to be here to take out.
D just fired the SOS, y'all. They stuck him on a prison bus, some kind of emergency evac. As soon as you handle these fools, get after that bus.
Yo, don't sweat it. We ain't never leave our people behind. Ever.
Where's this fucking dude at? Hey, Arvinus Sainaconi. How's it going? Props to you. I am ever so slightly tipsy. Not drunk, because it takes more liquor than that, but feeling good, brother. Feeling real good. Or sister, or they, them. Don't know your pronouns. Great, great. Chase down the bus.
We got them all. Soon as you're done, there's only one way out this bitch. Straight out the motherfucking front gate.
It's gonna be locked, though. Find the entry system and shoot that shit. Okay, now I don't give a fuck how many squad cars crawling up your ass. You wanna get paid, you get my cousin off that motherfucking prison bus. Got my cousin. He texted me. Says he with you. Good work.
Damn straight. This motherfucker fam.
Let me take the pickup on this, K. I got a couple of dudes gonna ride with me.
You got it, babe. You got it.
I'll stay on the line. Lose the cops.
See, this right here is the best part of all these missions. The nice long drive back home. It's It's very relaxing. Drive faster, big man. Whoa, easy on the ableism. Ow. Really got to get the armor plating. Yeah. Yep, I will try to come pick you up as soon as I can safely get back to my car. Yep, that's a wrap. Hold on. Okay. We're going to try that escape one more time. Fully automatic praxis. Yeah, go take my car, I guess. Or just run to the drop-off point. Maybe that'll help.
after the high, you gotta be at peace with the low. Except my girl, she don't know nothing about laying low. She a Scorpio.
Does this fool not know I can hear his ass?
He ain't wrong, babe. Wouldn't have your fine little self no other way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all got any snacks? I don't fuck with no prison food, y'all. That's where my positive visualization runs out. My ass in a starvation situation here.
Hey, I heard that.
All right, everyone. It's been a fun stream with you all, but it is getting late, so I think I'm going to get ready for tomorrow day. Thank you for joining me, everybody who was here. Thank you for joining me, everybody who came for the panel, and all of you transplants from the Serfs. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining me for the live stream, y'all. It's been a real one. I guess stay tuned. If you haven't had the chance to do so, feel free, if you're so inclined, and if you've enjoyed hanging out with me tonight, to give me a follow on Twitch. I really appreciate it. If you're extra so inclined, you can follow me on YouTube as well. I am Car on YouTube. Hey, Good Morty, you're going to be put to work. Link my YouTube, Good Morty. If you're going to be here, you got to work. Put a link to the YouTube in the chat for me. Make sure to drop a subscribe on my YouTube channel, where I do anarchic commentary and or rantings. And yeah, stuff like that. Listen, y'all. Protect your communities. Collectivize and organize, all right? Everybody, take care and have